Sacramento have a future or what? Rika, since you to be at the games.
I I don't know, Masa. I think they have a future. They just got to have some pieces. They just got to put some pieces together to make it work. Because I don't know. Their money to get together, Masa. It's been too long, and they ain't been to the playoffs in how many years? 20 plus?
Yeah, yeah. I think the last did they make the playoffs when DeMarcus Cousins was there?
Mm,
No,
no,
Not that. If no, because it ain't been
no.
20 years since he been there.
so
He
it
been
gotta be
there. It gotta be.
when
It's
Vlade Divac and them were there, Chris Webber,
yeah,
White
Yeah,
yeah,
Chocolate and stuff.
yeah, yeah. So you do the math. You do the math on that one. There.
that's a long time.
That's a long, long,
Yeah,
long
that's a
time
long time for real.
for sure.
Yeah, they gotta get together, man. They got a little good squad though.
That Davion Mitchell, whoever his name is, that dude, they're good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he nice, he nice.
His defense is serious.
yeah. He
That's
good.
true, man. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome, man. Welcome to the podcast, man. Episode 87 featuring Kerriann Sheppard. So I hope appreciate everybody tuning in, supporting. Shout out to everybody. Baseball season is on its way. So everybody who have kids playing baseball, I know they had some baseball games on St. Croix. Tegan is there right now. Once they finish, because they had like an hour delay, so he'll be coming on later on. But big up to everybody, all the parents and who have kids playing baseball, man. Good luck this season. Um, I think Porsche have a son that play baseball, so definitely, good luck to him this season and stuff. See Boogie, no, he's not play basketball. I can't remember if anybody else, but definitely big up to everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever I at, around the world. So much love to everybody. You know,
Bless everybody. Bless.
Blessings, blessings.
our pan our co-host, our star co-host already shy. She even want to talk. As soon as we go live, she be in the chat. Facebook gets she shook right now.
No man, no man, no man. I ain't shook. I
Facebook gets
good,
she
I good.
shook.
The
I good,
lights,
I
camera,
good.
action. Guess you shook for sure.
I good, man. I good, I good, I good. Trust. I good, man.
Yeah, man. Big
You
up to
know.
everybody, man. Big up, big up, big up, big up. So this should be a good episode today. Last time we was on, we had our Boogie on. It was a good episode. We just catch up on everything and stuff. We definitely gonna have him on again as well too. But it was definitely a dope episode. So definitely, you guys check out our Boogie. He comes on every Wednesdays. Sometimes he might come on Tuesday, just depending on his schedule. But usually Wednesdays, 8 p.m. So I always check him out. And I always check out um, Livewire as well too. They always come on as well. So definitely check out their page. They've been posting a lot of the different female, at least from the Virgin Islands. This past month. So definitely check that out as well too. So definitely shout out to them as well. You know, Big up to all the business owners, as all the different business owners we promote and stuff and everything. So you guys can check it out down the ticker. Like right now we have Legends 340. So definitely check them out. But I hope everybody having a blessed Sunday, man. Hope everybody's safe and stuff, man. If anybody going through anything, man, don't be afraid to reach out to myself or anybody, man. If you guys need to talk to anyone, I always feel free to hit us up, man. If you guys going through anything rough or whatever the case may be. Akeem, bless up, Akeem. I see you doing big things with the ball players, them and stuff. So Arika Pan, what going on? Talk to me, man. What good?
Day on this hot Sunday. It's blazing hot. After the night was chilly last night, we had some rainstorm yesterday, so it caused last night to be real cold. Well, I wouldn't say real cold, but it was chilly yesterday. And to wake up, it was cool. And then by the time 10, 11 o'clock come around, and sudden that sun just came out like a monster. He playing no games. So it's hot right now.
Okay. Hi, Daya, man. Cooling. Living that Sacramento life. You know what I mean? Nothing crazy though. But I good. I happy to be alive, man. For real.
Facts. Who are you had to win last night in the games then?
Me myself watch.
I had well, in my bracket, I picked Villanova to beat Duke in the championship. So both of my teams lose in the final four.
Oh man.
Oh
Yeah,
dang.
Yeah, so you're bad. Good thing you ain't bet on the game.
Yeah.
You put our money down.
Kentucky is really my team. So any team that going up against Duke, I'd probably go against. I ain't really too much care for Duke.
A lot of people here do.
I don't hate them, but because they're well coached. Okay, even though Kentucky they do the same thing, I've been a Kentucky fan before they start doing this. Like Kentucky, Duke, at UNC, sometimes Kansas, but they don't just stack their team with all the. They would have like the number one, number two, number three recruited player on the team. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
come on, man, there ain't no competition. And them dudes only staying in school like 1 year and done. All three of those teams. I ain't like that there. I don't, even though Kentucky is my team, I still don't. I kind of don't like them either because of that. You know, you just seeing the same teams in the finals, the Final Four every year. Same teams are always winning. Kansas, Duke, Kentucky, Villanova, Michigan, like just the same teams over and over and over and over. But they just stack their team.
Yeah, it's true. You're right. It's true. Well, we'll see who win this one. Listen, we definitely will see. Kansas got a squad.
They do. I like the point guard for UNC, and I like the shooting guard, Love.
Yeah.
He is serious. But I think without them too, they can't do nothing. And Kansas have more of a well-rounded team.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
We talking Spanish to Rika. She even know we talking about.
I listen. I know you talking about. I just ain't been watching. I ain't been keeping up.
Yeah, man. So we definitely gonna get into our guests. You know, Kerriann Sheppard, episode 87, man. So this is definitely gonna be a dope episode. You know, she does a lot. You know, she do a lot of stuff. You know, behind the scenes and stuff. She's the top lawyer in California. That's what they said. You know? So I think that's the reason why Alrika to be moving gangster, because she know she get a female Johnny Cochran by her right hand. You know, so
Nah.
Yeah,
Man. That's a good girl, man.
Yeah, man. So
living that gangster life out there.
Yeah. You know, so she's a representation for Complex, man. You know, so this one will definitely be a dope episode. You know, she do a lot for the community. You know, she sacrificed a lot. You know, she do a lot for the different coaches and stuff in the Virgin Islands, and we probably won't get into all of that. You know, and probably have much more that we don't know about. So you know,
right.
You know, so definitely trying to you know, bring some awareness to that, man. So you know, we have a sister here, the guest. You know, our star guest host. You know, so she know a lot about her sister with guests. So she might drop some bombshells tonight, pan. So we'll see.
Maybe.
And that's why you're gonna have the honors to introduce the guest today. You're gonna be the guest host, and you're gonna have the honors of introducing your sister. And for those of you who don't know, so we have Alrika Sheppard, and then our guest is Kerriann Sheppard, the younger sisters of our co-host Kevin Teagan Sheppard. You know, and when Kerriann come on, I gonna. There is no denying this is Tegan's sister. She is a spitting image of Tegan, and I'm gonna see it when she come on. But I'm gonna let you take it from here, Alrika.
All right. Introducing.
I tell you, she's the whole Sacramento Games. Like, she used to this.
All right. So coming up on this podcast is not the one, the only. Ida Kashi Kerriann, Ida Kashi Erica. Okay, my big sister, number one lawyer in Sacramento. Okay, the best big sister in the world, Kevin Teagan Sheppard, twin as he call it. So let we go. Bring she on. The one and only Kerriann Sheppard.
Nice, that was good. I like that.
I know I need a standing ovation for that one. That was good.
Salute. Yeah, welcome.
My first question to you is she said we don't call you Kerriann, but she don't call you Erica. Where that call? I never heard Erica before. Where that came from?
So now I gotta take you all the way back to the beginning then.
Well, that's what we here for.
Well, that's fine. You know how much time we have. So
we have time, but we have some time, but we don't have 5 hours or 4 hours, though, but we got time.
Not today.
Let me try and give you the short version, right? Okay, so my parents are Joy Mead, that was her maiden name. She's now Joy Sheppard, and Keatley Sheppard, right? The legendary soccer player in Antigua. They had 3 boys, right? Melvin is the oldest, then you got Kevin, then you got Calvin. No, I'm sorry. Melvin, then Calvin, and Kevin. Let me not mix them up. So my mom likes to rhyme. You notice that, right? Melvin, Calvin, and Kevin rhymes. So she named me Erica. That was supposed to be my first name on my birth paper. And my sister is Alrika. Somehow, the person who transcribed my birth certificate mixed everything up, and Kerriann is listed first, then Erica. But it was supposed to be Erica Kerriann. We didn't find this out until I went to Lumockle in the 3rd grade. The principal at that time was Miss Hendricks. So when we moved from Antigua to St. Croix, Miss Hendricks said, I can't go by Erica because Kerriann is listed first. So going to school in Antigua, everybody know me as Erica. All of a sudden, 3rd grade hit. Now I gotta go by Kerriann. The first few days in class, I didn't know who the heck they were calling. I can tell you that. But that's how that happened. So I ended up having now to switch over to Kerriann. So my whole family call me Erica. Classmates, they call me Kerriann. That's the short version.
So, okay, and this might be a stupid question, but you can't go back and change what's on your board paper?
I could, but you have to go through the court process and all of that. So I don't even bother. I got used to, hearing Kerriann at school and Erica at home. So I have 2 personas, which is good, right? So whatever I do at home stays at home. What I do in school stays at school. So I was good with that. Double life, People don't always know they're talking about the same person. So I was like, okay, that's cool. I can live with that.
Nobody in school are talking, and I mean, the teachers and everybody, yes, but none of your friends, nobody used to call you Erica?
Only a few people. So if they knew me before school, they know me as Erica. So I did have some childhood friends in Sign Hill that I grew up with who know me as Erica, and a few friends in Wim when we moved to West who know me as Erica, who would call me Erica. But other than that, most people know me as Kerriann. Or Tegan's sister, like you throw out there. At some point I'd lose my identity and I'd just become Tegan's sister. And then I have 3 personas because now don't nobody know who Kerriann is. Erica is Tegan's sister. If you say that, they're like, oh, okay, I know what you're talking about.
How was that growing up in Tegan Shadow?
So interestingly enough, I did not grow up in Tegan Shadow. Let me throw that out. I don't know when me and Tegan started looking alike. I want to say maybe middle school, so junior high. But Tegan is 4 years older than me. So we never went to the same schools. So nobody knew that we were related. And I was pretty much doing my own thing. He was doing his own thing. So people didn't connect the dots really until we moved to Wim. When he started building that name for himself and everybody started knowing he has Tegan and he started playing for Complex. And when I go in Arta, people didn't know that was my brother. Some people might have known, but it wasn't that popular yet. Right. When I got to Complex, I came right behind him. He graduated in 98. I started in 98, right? So he was gone, but he left a legacy at Complex. So when I got to Complex and all of a sudden I look like him, people are like, wait a minute, that's Tegan's sister? And that's when I really started being under his shadow, was Complex. And I got to say, Miller, if he's watching, he didn't help. Because when I joined the basketball team, first of all, I didn't play my freshman year because that same stigma followed me my freshman year. And I was so nervous. I was like, people might be disappointed that I can't play like him and stuff. And I was just like, all of my own emotions on my head. So I had a little identity crisis and I decided, you know what? I ain't even going to touch basketball because I don't want nobody looking at me thinking I'm going to play like him and dealing with you know what I mean? That stigma and all that pressure. So I
Yeah.
said, you know what? I'm not even gonna play my freshman year. So I didn't. I thought I escaped, but my sophomore year when I joined the team, Miller said, "Guess where your number gonna be?" I'm
41.
wearing it right now. 41. And on my back, what you think it said? Sheppard.
Sheppard.
Guess what? Even if I wanted to pretend I didn't know who Tegan was, there's no mistaking now. Everybody was like, damn, she looked like him. She got a number. She got a last name. That's Tegan's sister. And from that moment on, it's like, Kerriann who? You know, I was Tegan's sister, my son. But at first, it was tough being under his shadow. But as time went on and I started to get into my own, I started to embrace it, you know, and you'll notice my nickname K-pop. That's from Miller too. So when Tegan was playing in college, they used to call he K-Dog, right? Some announcer used to always be like K-Dog, K-Dog. So Miller gonna say, he's K-Dog, but use the puppy. Hence K-pop 41. So you know, so but I embraced it. You know, I said, you know what, I gotta represent. My brother left a legacy behind, and it's actually an honor, right, to be in the same class as him. So I accepted that.
Well, I gonna ask one question, and I gonna let you get a job in Alrica, and so you could like cheer up a little bit. So we all know, and Tegan saying not to mention his name, but for the basketball section we will, and then once we get off of basketball, we ain't gotta mention his name no more because he ain't nobody. So you say you went to Arta. You play any ball in Lumoko? You play basketball when at that age in third grade?
No, unfortunately, at that time, Lumaco didn't have many sports teams. I think they only had baseball at that time. But that wasn't my first start in sports, though. Let me throw that out. I remember Tegan had said I started in Arta, but he's wrong. And like I said, it's not his fault. We're 4 years apart.
Pretend we didn't court, and we're here for the truth. So everything that you heard in the past,
I affirm
this is the time to correct it.
Is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Okay, so let me take y'all back to Antigua for a little bit. So I did go to school in Antigua for first and second grade. My first start in sports was actually running track and field. Not many people know that. I actually won a bronze, a silver, and a gold medal before I left. So that's actually where I got my start. And a lot of people know I still like to run. It's still in my blood. When I got to Lumakol, they didn't have any sports teams, only baseball. So for elementary school, I didn't play any sports at all, you know, until I got to Ata.
I'm going to ask another ignorant question. Where the hell is Numoko and St. Croix?
You serious?
You really,
I do not know what the Numoko school is.
Wow,
I promise you, I don't know what Numoko school is.
It's in Sign Farm. I don't blame you because it's off the cut.
That's
you know where Island Dairies used to be?
That's the second corner when you're going left. That school right there?
Yes, where Island Dairies used to be.
Okay, I gonna take the idiot hat and put it on because my nephew actually went to that school there. But I didn't know that was the
Obviously, you didn't visit him.
Oh gosh, but
I was living in West. He are living in East. I living in West. I ain't got time for all that.
Too small for all that, Pang. It's too small.
I ain't visiting him. I ain't visiting him.
And I skip to the next side. Come on.
I ain't visiting him in school.
Clearly. You didn't go to his graduation either.
Obviously.
No, because he didn't graduate from that school.
Oh, okay.
He end up in the real elementary Grove School.
The real elementary.
We're not
gonna have that rival. I think it's our love. You know what I mean? But Lumaco, in my opinion, was the better school. So
yeah, for the political part, it's our love. But Grove School is the baddest elementary school in St. Croix.
Baddest by reputation, not by standards.
However you want to put it. However you want to put it, the best elementary school in St. Croix, Rose School. Eulalie, up to this day I can't pronounce a real name.
You can't say Eulalie Rivera. Oh my
school.
Goodness. How it gonna be the best and you can't pronounce it?
Hey, I went there. That's all that matter. But anyways, enough about that.
Enough rivalry, man. Enough rivalry.
Right. So how you got into basketball? Who introduced you into basketball?
So when we moved from Sign Hill to Wim back in '98, I want to say, right as I was in my 6th grade year. And one of the girls we lived in the same yard, her name was Tamika Roebuck. Now her name is Tamika Washington. So me and Tamika used to always play one-on-one. I didn't know nothing about basketball this time. Like I watched it on TV, yes, but I didn't really play, right? In Antigua, the sport for women was netball. So I did dabble in netball. So I know I could have shoot, but dribbling and all that stuff, I wasn't really familiar with too much. But she would always come get me and say, "Hey, let's go play one-on-one in the yard." And so, we'd go at it. And sometimes I'd beat she, sometimes she'd beat me, and she always teased me about my fluky shot them. But it is what it is. I know how to use the glass, you know what I mean? So when I got to 7th grade in Ata, she was already in 8th grade. So she encouraged me to come try out for the team. She's like, "Yeah, man, you gonna make the team easy." So I said, "Okay, cool." Went ahead and tried out. Miss Fredericks was the coach at that time. Big up Miss Fredericks and Paris. Tried out for the team and made the team. So that was my first experience playing basketball. But I gotta tell you this, I have to throw this story in, okay? This was my first experience meeting Samaria Lake. Y'all know who Sammy is, right?
I mean,
When
Yeah.
I joined
Yes,
at a
sir.
team, Sammy had a broken arm. Sammy made the team with a cast and a hand, playing with one hand. Okay, the girl couldn't. She was only dribbling with one hand, shooting with one hand, right? And I remember saying, "Wow, she got skills, my son." But I was like, "Ain't no in the world she going in the game and she got a broken hand." Miss Fredericks put Sammy in the game before me. Sammy got off the bench as a freshman. We were both freshmen. She got off the bench before me with her broken hand. That's why I was like, "Okay, I gotta step my game up, my son. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing.
That's
A
funny.
girl with a broken hand getting a game before me. That's crazy." You
who
know,
who was our competition in that time?
at that time, I want to say it was Central because at that time Central had 9th grade. 9th grade was playing JV, and I think Checker, Pumpkin, Langalo, those guys were on that squad at that time, so they were pretty bad. They were pretty bad. So that was our main competition. Everybody else, we used to beat them easy. But Central gave us a lot of competition for sure. If they didn't blow you out, in fact, but I ain't gonna admit that right now. I can't recall.
Well, you ain't gotta admit it because we know better anyway.
I can't recall. I always say we know better. We were actually a good squad. My 7th grade and 8th grade squad in Ata, we were pretty bad. I know we win my 8th grade year for sure. We took everything. We took interscholastic. We won every tournament that we was in. So
That's
we were
because
pretty bad.
that's
We even
because
beat Complex in my
hey,
freshman year. So
don't you can't ask me who play on complex team, the JV team. I couldn't tell you one girl that play on the
Yeah.
JV team in complex. Mumba, you can
Yeah.
remember anybody from the JV team? Women?
JV? Nah, we had a JV team. I don't think we had
I
a JV team.
I can
You did.
I know
You
I
did.
know you're in beat varsity. I know that.
Well, we ain't gonna play varsity in my JV year, that's for sure.
I won't have stand a
Yeah.
chance.
No, I don't think so. But I tell you this story, right? So our 8th grade year, we had to go play complex, and Latima Nikia them, they were on our squad because they had left Ata and then they became complex JV team. So we went complex to play against them, right? And I remember our first experience seeing Marta badly, okay? Marta came out, and Marta is tall, okay? I am 5'6". Marta is what, 6'3", somewhere up there. Marta came out, and we see Marta palm the ball and slap the backboard. My son Allah, we look at Miss Frederick like, "Miss Frederick, she playing?" Like, if she playing, I'm going home. Miss Frederick said, no, she down the varsity team. My son, we were relieved, my son. We were like, "No, sir."
That had
It
to
wouldn't
be
have been my
intimidating.
assignment anyway because Martha is a center. But still, I'm a shooting guard, so I ain't gotta deal with Martha. I would just stay behind the 3-point line and shoot all day. I'm good. But yeah, seeing Martha, my son, we were scared. Okay. Yep.
So how was your play in Ata? Like how did you fare with against the competition? How you think you did?
So freshman year I was still pretty much learning. That was my first time playing basketball back in '98. So freshman year, I would admit I was basic, very basic, learning the fundamentals and all that stuff. My defense was good. Offense, not as good. I could shoot, but I couldn't do much. Right? I couldn't really dribble, none of that stuff. And Miss Fredericks at that time didn't care too much about how well I dribble, because I was in the game to shoot. As long as I shoot and score, we good. But eighth grade year, she started to walk a little more with us, trying to get us, more fundamentally sound, get my handles to improve a lot more. And I had a nice little turnaround, Jay, from the free throw line. I developed a nice little fadeaway. So that was like my little signature go-to when I can't score. I'll just go free throw line and give a nice little fadeaway from there. So, eighth grade year, I was pretty good, pretty good. And like I said, ninth grade year, I didn't play. I took that year off. I did play softball in Arta too, as well as
What
summer league.
what was your decision to take the year off?
Like I said before, just the pressure. Everybody was just like Tegan, sister this, everything was just Tegan, 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 my son. And it's just like, I don't want to be in my brother's shadow. I've never had to be in my brother's shadow. Nobody ever knew I existed. You know what I mean? Now all of a sudden, spotlights on me, and I don't like attention like that. I don't like people looking at me, trying to see what I'm about and all that stuff. I like to just be low key, and it was just too much, my son. I step in the gym and I could hear them. That's Tegan, sister. That's Tegan. Every time I step on the court, that's Tegan, sister. I was just like, you know what? I'm not gonna try out this year. I'm gonna sit this year out. I'm gonna let all of this blow over. Um, but I did come to the boys' practice, because I knew who Mac was, and he let me come and hang out with the boys, and that's where I met Mumba for the first time. So I used to stay and watch them practice, and then Byron Gunks. He used to walk with me on my shot and my handles and stuff. And then Mac used to have me shooting out against the boys. So I beat a lot of them in the 3-point shootout. They won't admit it, but sometimes I lose, sometimes I win. I beat a lot of them though. I will admit that. So I was still, messing around with basketball. I wasn't playing, but I wasn't just like not doing anything. And they encouraged me to say, you know what, you need to go play for the team. You should have been playing this year. You sitting out for no reason. So, if it got to me and I was like, I do miss playing and stuff. So let me go ahead and try out my sophomore year. And I did, made the team, no problem. And like I said, Miller didn't help. He made sure I wear 41 and he made sure everybody knew who my brother was. Now, Miller did we dirty our freshman, my first year. Let me say my first year, my sophomore year. Miller would put me in the game with 8 seconds left on the clock, the whole game. I sit down on the bench the whole game, and he want to put me in with 8 seconds. Now, Miller didn't know this at the time, but I am very competitive. Okay, I don't like to sit on the bench for nobody. That will make me want to get up and go home. And there was many times I sat on that bench like, my son, I could have been home doing my homework. I was a bookworm. I could have read a good book. I could have watched my shows. That's all I'm thinking about. Like, this man get me on the bench just sitting here doing nothing. You know what I mean? I'm like, man, and he know I could shoot. Why am I on this bench? And every time this happened, my son, after the game, my brother would pick me up and I would just be telling him, my son, I want to quit. I want to quit. And he'd just be like, nah, man, when you get your shot, you just show him what you could do. When you gonna get your shot, you gonna get your shot. So finally, I will say the central team used to blow we out. They had Langolo, they had Pumpkin, they had Checker, they had Lichelle. You know what I mean? By this time, we had on lose Marta, Demore, and them. So it was just our squad, right? It was me, Sammy, Latima, Selena, Nikia. And if I miss people, forgive me. But that was our main squad, right? Ebony Jones, Yvonne Lynch. That was us. And we weren't up to task for those guys. I will admit that. But you could never forget this game because for me, this was my breakthrough. Okay.
Mhm.
They they didn't care too much about we. They consider we weren't competition for them because they used to blow you out 20 to 40 points and stuff, right? So one game, they decide they're going to their senior skip day. So they were on the beach and they came to game that same day, right? but they were tired. I could tell they were tired. They were moving a little sluggish, right?
Mhm.
But they figured, man, we could beat Complex in our sleep. We gonna go to our skip day, enjoy a day on the beach. And I know Ball was pissed. You could look at Ball face and see Ball was pissed. But finally, Mr. Miller gave me some PT, right? He finally gave me some playing time. And I don't remember how much I had, but I definitely had double figures in that game. And we finally beat them. So he finally unleashed me, and we finally beat them. And that was the first time Ball saw me shoot. And when he realized, I'll never forget this. When Ball realized like I had that 3-point shot, Ball was just like, I tell Ayo, don't let she shoot. And in any game, when I scored a three, Ball would be like, I tell Ayo, don't let she shoot. And I will never forget that, my son. I was like, at least everybody know now I am a threat at that 3-point line. Okay, don't sleep on me. Miller had me on the bench, but I could do some things. All right. So, but as time progressed, definitely made a name for myself. I did win MVP of the Good Hope tournament one year. I want to say that was my junior year. I definitely win the
Nice,
3-point
nice.
shootout my senior year. Um, and there was a tournament in Annalise. I gotta tell y'all about this one. My senior year, right? So my little sister, she went to Puerto Rico on a class trip or something. You went with Rookie. Remember this? So I swear she steal my jersey. I couldn't find my jersey for nothing. And we were supposed to go to St. Thomas for I think the school was called Antilles. It was a private school for their
Yeah.
tournament. And I couldn't find my jersey for nothing. So I said, you know what, my little sister probably took it. She liked to wear my stuff. That's just what happens. So I tell Mila, I said, Mila, I can't find my jersey. I don't know what we're gonna do. So Latoya Chelcher, she was on our team at that time, and she wore the number 12. Interestingly enough, at Ata, that was my number before Mila changed it. So we decided since Latoya couldn't come to the tournament on the first day, I would wear her jersey. And then I finally got in touch with my sister the next day, and she said she didn't take it. My mom found it, but I was already in St. Thomas and I already had Latoya jersey. So Latoya was going to bring mine, right? So the first day of the tournament, Annalise, I'm playing in number 12. So again, nobody knows who I am, which is good in a good way and a bad way.
Mhm.
Miller told them that number 12 is really number 41, right? But they still mix it up. So in the newspaper, I top scored the first game, right? So
Mhm.
in the newspaper, they had Latoya Chelcher top score, and they put a whole headline in Latoya in St. Croix, like, how the hell I make the newspaper and even that to the game, right? Which is crazy. So Miller told them, right? Number 12 is really Kerriann Sheppard, number 41. When it came time to give out the trophies, we won the tournament. When it came time to give out the trophies, guess who they gave the MVP to? Not Latoya. They gave it to Booty. Booty was on the squad at that time. But I keep telling Booty she get my MVP trophy because they didn't credit me for the first day. They gave it to Latoya. They still didn't fix it. And you could tell because I got the trophy for best all-around player, right? That was me. I was killing in that tournament. So I did win best all-around player, but they gave Booty the MVP and me the best all-around player. But the only reason was they didn't count my first day. And Miller told them that. He said that was me. But they never fix it. So Booty get my trophy. And I tell she all the time, Booty, you get my MVP trophy. And I'm still saying it if she's watching. I want my
Run it.
trophy back. You know what I
Run it
mean?
back.
Yeah, and I
Can't.
made the All-Star squad um, you know, twice, junior year and senior year as well. So yeah.
Well, that's good, man. You had a little illustrious career in company art and complex. Took you a little minute to jump out there, but once you get going, you seem like you became a prospect and like more than a prospect on a team, more than just Tegan sister. You started making your own name, and
Should I
Yeah,
jump out
yeah.
all yeah?
But
and you
it's
can't win no trophy by no technicality. You should have walked with your jersey and then you would have maybe get MVP.
listen,
Trying
man.
to blame it,
I
trying to blame it
couldn't
on me.
find it.
Yeah,
I couldn't find it.
Blame me.
let's blame it on the baby sister.
Blame me.
So what you got, Alrika? What kind of questions you got for her? What we should hear about Erica?
Let's see. I guess I would say she said she was a bookworm. So elaborate more on your bookwormity. I just made that word up. What made you so bookworm savvy? And
All right. So I gotta take y'all back again. So in Antigua growing up, we didn't really have much, right? So the house we lived in, the first house we lived in, it was a one bedroom shack, right? Literally, like you could walk through the front door and the back door in maybe 5 steps. That's how small the house was. We didn't have indoor plumbing. Everything was outside, right? If you wanted to use a bathroom, you had to go to the outhouse. You had to take a shower, bath, everything outside, right? Um, so very humble beginnings. Our TV wasn't colored; it was black and white. There's like not much to do, right? So my uncle, I credit him with this. My uncle Keatley Mead, he would always buy us books for any holiday, birthday, whatever it was. He would always buy us books. Him and my godmother, who's also his wife, Jacinta, she would always buy me books. And I remember I could read by the time I was 3, just because I didn't watch a lot of TV and books was basically all I had. So I could definitely read at an early age, and I fell in love with books. That was the way that I built my imagination and everything. And so I just always developed that love for books, right? And while I'm on that, let me share this story with y'all, okay? Just a little segue. Um, so I don't know if y'all could see it, but a lot of people ask me, what is this? What is this scar that I have on my left hand? A lot of people call it my birthmark. And I roll with it a lot of times, but let me tell y'all the story about this because my dad is watching and I want he to hear it. So that same house, right? Remember I told you you could walk through the front door and the back door in like 5 steps, right? So the
Mhm.
door swings outward, right? At this time, I was 2 years old. And yes, I still remember this. I always had a very good memory as well. So I was 2 years old, and my mom told my brother Calvin, the second oldest one, right, to give me a bath. So he put me in a bathtub and he set the bathtub outside in the yard, but near the door. And my mom said the water's a little cold, so let me heat up some water so her bath could be warmer, right? Guess what my mom did? So she got cold pot and she set it up behind the door, right? And she put a pot with boiling, she put water to boil and the cold pot behind the door. Now the back door swings outward. Okay. So if you come in from the inside and you want to come to the yard, you're gonna push the door out, right? And the way she set up the pot and the cold pot, if somebody pushed that out, they knocking that pot right off that cold pot. That's how
Yeah.
she set it up. So my dad now, he's looking for her from my mom. So he comes and he goes, Joy, Joy. And I remember everything. And he likes to my dad is oblivious to a lot of things. So he just pushed the door and he pushed it hard. Okay. The door swing hard and it hit the pot off the coal pot and into my bathtub. So the water I
Jeez.
remember splashed. By this time, the water is boiling. It's scorching hot. The water splashed on me. So I would guess my left hand gate first, right? Because it's coming from the right of me. So I think when the pot went over, it splashed on my left hand, and then all the water fell into my tub. So at this time, I'm sitting in a bathtub with boiling water, and I remember looking down, and all my skin was peeling.
Mm.
Everything was peeling off me.
That's
Thank God my
crazy.
face didn't get touched, right? It was just like from the neck down. Everything was peeling. And then I remember my dad running to tell one of his friends he needs a ride to the hospital. And they wrapped me up in a towel and they took me off to the hospital. And at this time, I was the only girl, right? There's 3 boys, and I was the only girl. Tegan and I are 4 years apart. So you can imagine how long they waited for a girl. So my dad is thinking to himself, my only daughter now is gonna die, and he's rushing to get his dude to take him to the hospital. And I just remember just looking at myself like everything is peeling. I don't know how the hell I'm gonna survive this. Like this might be it, you
Mm.
know? And for however the doctors did it, they were able to revive me and everything. And I definitely had third-degree burns, but I would say it was the grace of God that saved me, right? Because most children are not gonna survive something like that. You just got scorched from the neck down. in boiling water at 2 years old. But the only mark that stayed on my body is on my left hand. So I think this is like God's reminder that I saved you for a purpose, right? So most people call it my birthmark, but I call it God's saving grace because he definitely saved me for a purpose. I wanted to share that story with y'all because that was
Word.
crazy, you know. So my dad know every time we would talk about that incident, he would go, "So what burned you?" And I would say, "It's a stupid cold pot." That's our little joke. So up on you. It's a stupid cold pot, just to help me cope with it. So that was definitely a traumatic experience I will never forget. And I literally have all my memories from that point forward. So I think that experience kind of opened up my memory, and I ain't forget none of my experiences from that time. So yeah, it's
That
crazy.
is an
Okay.
interesting story, and I'm glad you were able
Yeah.
to survive that from those burns.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, and that was
Word.
the only mark that was left, which is also crazy because I saw a lot of burnt victims, and they always have the blotches on their skin. You'll see like the
Yeah,
patches. So I was very thankful that literally that was the only mark left on my body was just the mark on my left hand. Yeah.
Pretty good.
that's scary. Jeez.
Me never get bun.
Did your
Thank God.
did your father feel like guilty like after?
I think he felt guilty, definitely, but he was very relieved that I survived. And he's that person, he always shakes things off really quickly. And I think I get that from him. Like, I can't hold on to being angry. So we'd just shake things off, find a way to joke about it, move on. And that was his way, just saying, "What bun you? The stupid cool pot." That was our thing. So he got over it. But in that moment, he was definitely nervous, definitely feeling guilty because he's the one that pushed the door like that. So
Hmm.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that's tough, man. That's rough.
it is.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
it
is.
happened to me, myself.
You hear her?
I
So
Yeah.
wasn't alive. I wasn't alive yet.
who who who's better in the peak between the two of you and are your own peak?
In the peak of
And
what? Basketball?
what
Yeah.
basketball?
I would say skill wise, my sister was better. Um, Only because number one, she started young, and Tegan worked with her a lot. He didn't work with me, which is why he should get no credit. I don't know if he's watching, but he didn't do any. He didn't teach me how to shoot. He didn't teach me how to dribble. He knew I was playing basketball. He never once said, "Sis, let's go on the court and let me teach you some things." I think if he had, I might have been more inclined to play in college, but he just never tried to take me out to do anything. So my little sister, she definitely had the handles. She could shoot, all of that stuff, right? She was like him. She was a point guard, and she could handle the rock.
Yeah.
My handles was basic, I will say that. But so she was skill wise, definitely she's the more athletic. I'll give her that. But I definitely had the more tenacity than she did. Like she had the skills, but she didn't have the drive. Like she didn't give up too easy, and she was to me she'd have played Safi, and I used to be telling her, "Girl, why you don't take over the game? Like I losing already. Shoot, you know what I mean? Use a point guard, take over the game." Me, you ain't gotta tell me take over the game. If I get a ball, don't look for it. you know, if I open, I definitely shoot in. I ain't pass it. You gotta be like under the rim for me to give you the ball. But when I get a ball and I open, I'm my first option. That's why I'm a shooting guard and not a point guard, because I would probably be more like Tegan, where hardly anybody getting a pass. You gotta be on a fast break and under the basket to get from me. But so I would say in that sense, I definitely had more tenacity than her. So I think that made me better overall because I did have the better stats. You know what I mean? I was more the LeBron. I had better stats than her, even though she had better skills. You know what I mean? So
So she's
yeah.
Jordan, you is LeBron.
I suppose if you want to say
Oh
that,
man.
yeah,
Well,
I'll
or
take
well,
that.
Kobe, I would give her
That
Kobe. She's Kobe because I think
take
Kobe's
that.
better than LeBron, but LeBron has the better stats. You know what I mean? So
Take that.
yeah, that's what I would say.
I'll
And
take
then she
Mom-
got faster than me. I don't know how that happened either. I used to be faster than her, but over time, it's on like is my legs just weren't as quick as they used to be. I don't know what the heck happened. Maybe I used them too much, but By the time I got to complex, I was not nearly as fast as I used to be.
What do
Yeah.
you think?
Huh?
You said why? You
What?
said why do you
Yeah.
think that
What do
was?
you think you won as fast as you used to be in complex? From Arthur to complex.
So, couple of things. So, when I first started running track, and I didn't tell my coach this at first, for one thing, I'm flat footed, right? My arch is not that deep, right? So, I'm flat footed. So, that's part of it. And at that time, the shoes and stuff that I was wearing was not designed for my feet. You see how the way shoes are designed, they're designed for people with arch. And it wasn't no Dr. Scholl's and stuff back then. So I didn't really have the proper support for my feet, but I love to run. And I think because I was running at such a young age, I was running since I was 5 and I never stopped running. But the shoes I was wearing wasn't for my feet. They were made for
Mhm.
somebody who had arch. There was no arch support. And I remember when I was running in Antigua, even my coach said that. He was like, the shoes I was wearing was not really for running, at least for me. But my parents didn't really have money like that, so I didn't really tell them that I needed custom made shoes. I just ran with what we had. And he would tell me I'm faster barefooted. Most people don't notice, but if you run me barefooted, I'm faster than when I put on shoes. It's just a given, right? So,
Mm.
and I think that transpired as well when I was playing basketball because the shoes just were never made for my feet. And then we were playing on concrete, which is bad as well, right? So I remember, people would say like on my jump shot, I don't jump a lot because when I really jump and I land, it used to shock me, but I never used to say anything, right? These are things you should say, like, well, I'm feeling some pain in my shins, you know, but I never used to say anything. After games, my shins would be hurting. You know what I mean? But I never used to say anything. I was just like, well, this is part of it, right? You're gonna be in
Mhm.
pain and you just push through the pain. But I think a lot of it had to do with the shoes because now that I'm older and I know better, I was able to get shoes designed better and the soles that I need for my shoes when I run, and it actually feels a lot better. I'm actually a lot lighter on my feet now than I was back then. So that's what I would say. I think is more attributed to that.
That's what's
But she
up.
would still beat me now, she will still beat me now because I'm older.
And
But
I hate to
Quick,
bust your I hate
quick.
to bust your bubble. We all run faster without any shoes.
Really?
Growing up.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
I
Hey, I,
don't know.
I don't know. Some people have sensitive feet. I don't
I
know.
got sensitive feet. I
I
don't know. I
I
don't
Growing,
know.
I
grow,
definitely ran faster without any shoes. And I
growing
grew up
up,
not wearing shoes.
yeah, growing up, when you used to get in, debates with your friends, them, and you say you want to race,
First
everybody
thing you
used to
do is throw off your shoes.
take off your shoes, get in the grass. There we go. Somebody call it.
That's it.
Maybe,
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's the
Maybe,
first thing
maybe
you
we
do.
all are, but I didn't see a lot of
Maybe.
people running barefooted. But
Oh, you
I
want
def
race? But you see, you started growing into that era where we start getting like Foot Locker home, and you grew into that era where, because once Foot Locker came around, the more old I got, the less I start running around the place barefooted. Like it became like awkward to be walking around home without shoes. So you kind of came into the game in that era where we didn't where now we got a Nike store or some athletic footwear store in Sunny Island, the mall. So you probably had our shoes for track, you probably had our shoes for softball, you probably had our shoes for basketball. So
For
I could I
everything.
could I could see that you ain't see much people walking around without shoes. But for me and Mumba, who are a little older than I am, you hardly saw people walk with shoes growing up. You know what I'm saying? And we look for every reason to take our shoes off, to climb tree, to run in the bush, even to play basketball. I would prefer playing basketball with no shoes growing up.
no man,
I
you're
rem-
crazy. People
I
landing on
remember.
your toes. That's nuts. No sir.
But it don't hurt because the people that might playing against ain't got no shoes either.
No, still no sir. I was
I
not
needed some
taking that
shoes.
chance.
I needed some shoes.
No
You know
sir.
what?
Not with basketball. Track, yeah, running, racing each other. I'll do barefooted, but no way, no, I ain't landing on my foot.
Mm,
I
I
actually
need them
had that
shoes, but
happen in a game. There was a big girl I used to play for Good Hope. I don't even remember her name, but she was huge. And I remember one game, my son, me and she went up for a rebound and she landed on my toe and the whole nail popped off. And I had
Jeez.
on shoes. I had on shoes. Now imagine barefoot. You crazy? No, sir.
Stop.
You
No.
you would have caught she if you were barefoot, and then she would have been hot, not you.
she
No, I
she
would
would have
not
been
cut.
up.
She pop off my toenail and are you tripping? No,
Stop.
sir. Yeah, yeah.
Mumba, you got anything before I ask?
Yeah. So like, what was like? Which sport was your favorite? I know you said you love track. Was track your favorite?
I would say basketball was my favorite. I did play three sports. So it was track, it was softball. I didn't talk about that much. Maybe I should. And basketball. So I would say I love basketball the most. Um, but I did, like I said, play softball as well. So let me give Jenna Lee her shout out. Coach Jenna Lee with the Dandelions. She gave me my first introduction to softball, and I got credit Tamika Roebuck again, Tamika Washington. She invited me to come and play summer league softball. At this time, I didn't know squat about softball either. Okay, and this is how I know, like, I have athletic genes, okay? Because I had to catch on to things so quick, like you would never think this was my first time. Like nobody knew I never played softball before, except Jenna Lee. She knew because my form was all out of whack. Like I couldn't throw the ball properly, but I had power in how I threw the ball, um, and I could hit really well. You know what I mean? I still had a little speed there, so I was pretty good, right? Um, but generally really took me under her wing and taught me how to throw the ball properly and how to swing properly and all of that with power. So yeah, it was pretty good. And then eventually I learned how to pitch. Nobody taught me how to pitch, by the way. I just used to watch her daughter Jenna, and Jenna was good. That girl, she was good.
Why that name
You know
sounds
what
so
I mean?
familiar?
Jenna
Because
was
you
good.
know Jenna, she the hang
Jenna
out
was a
with
beast.
Kevin's wife.
Okay,
Jenna
okay,
was a
okay.
You
beast.
met
Jenna was
Jenna.
a beast.
Jenna was a
Yeah.
beast, and I used to
Jenna
just
was
watch
good.
how she would pitch, and
Jenna
I
was
used to
good.
Yeah.
just go home and do my little windmill. I was never as fast as her in pitching, but I taught myself how to pitch.
She
Nobody
she
taught
had
me.
a full head of hair.
Yeah, she had like curly hair.
She had
Yeah,
Yeah,
curly. Her hair was long and
yeah,
but
curly.
thick
Yeah.
curly
gotcha.
hair.
Thick
Yeah,
hair. Okay, yeah,
Thick
I
yeah.
curly
know.
She
hair.
was Jenna's daughter. So
She was fast. Oh my god.
yes, she could. This girl had a change
She
up.
could pitch.
She
She
could
had a
pitch.
change up. I
Oh my god.
remember going up against her in art. It was all fine and dandy when we were on the same teams in the Dandelions. Chanel was also on that squad. Um, who else? Lauren and Bianca Lawson. They were good in basketball too. That's where I met them for the first time as well.
The
And I
twins.
remember seeing Latima could, she was bad
Timo
in
was a beast.
softball. She was
She
a
could have
beast.
played too. Yeah.
She was a
She
beast.
She was legit.
beats. Latimo was so good. She played with the women, and me and her was the same age. I was like, damn, you know what I mean? That speaks to how good she was. Like, I'm just starting with the
Latima.
same age, I think 12 or 13, and she playing with the women them. Okay, that's how good she was.
She was
And I
strong too,
remember
my son.
seeing
Oh
her
my
too.
gosh.
She had power.
Oh wow.
She
God.
definitely had a power swing, power throw, everything.
Throw.
You see. So yeah, so they inspired me for sure. I definitely enjoy playing softball. I was a pitcher, I was first base, I was shortstop and center field. So, I was what you call a utility player, right? I could play anywhere. You could put me anywhere in the field and I got you. I never did catching, but that I leave it up to Latima. She was good at that. But yeah, I definitely enjoy playing softball too. I played for Ata my seventh and eighth grade year,
Who
and I
was your
was gonna
coach?
Miss Fredericks again. So she
Miss
was our
Fredericks.
softball coach as well. Yeah, and I remember now this was what I was going to throw out. Going up against Jenna was not fun. It's fun having her on your team during summer league. We're going up against her. It was not fun at all, my son. Even though yes, I practiced swinging against her, I remember seeing her change up for the first time. And I could never forget it because she struck me out and she's never done that before till that moment, right? She threw a change up and I was like, you could throw a change up in softball? Like the way she wind up, like you swear the ball coming fast. But when she loose it, it was slow. and it catch me off guard. I just remembered I was just like, damn, I swing like way too quick. So I remember that I was just like, damn, I didn't know you could try to change up in softball. I could have never figured out how to do it, but she was that bad. This girl had a change up in softball, which is
She was
unheard of to
good.
me. Yeah.
So a change up is when you wind up hard and throw the ball off, or it could just intertwine.
For her, I think change up could be differently, right? I don't know. Mumba could really speak to this because remember, I don't know about softball. I just played. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I call it a change up because she normally the throw with fire. When you see Jenna pitch, she the pitch with fire. So we all know she bringing the heat, and that's what we waiting on. But this particular time, I waiting for she to bring the heat, and I ain't and seeing and ready to just knock this ball out the park. And then when I swing, I was like, that ball came like really slow. Like, what the heck? You know what I mean? And that's just like unheard of. Her wind up was fast, but the pitch was slow. And I
Mm-hmm.
never seen her do that before. So I call it her change up because
Yeah,
and I think that's what you call it change up. You throw the batter off when you do that. So
yeah.
Mumba could speak to that.
No, change up is the motion of like you throw your fastball, but it's the grip. The different grip is what caused the ball to go slower.
Mm.
So that's pretty much why they call it a change up. Where everything same arm motion, everything is the same. You turn it as hard as if you turn a fastball, but
Mm-hmm.
it's because of the grip you have. It won't go as fast as a fastball, so that's why they call it a change up. And it's multiple different grips and stuff. It's just what works for the pitcher. So that's a change up.
Yeah, she had that in softball. Imagine doing that with a windmill. That's crazy. I don't know how you do it. I tried many times and I could never grasp how she did that. Like that's crazy.
So
It's all about the grip. All about the grip.
Yeah.
for us, basketball player windmill relates to a dunk. So that's the true term for a wind up, a windmill, or you just saying that because you use a
No,
basketball player term.
I as
Straight
far
up.
as I know, when you play softball and you do your wind up, that's called a windmill.
Oh,
But again, I'm no softball expert. I
Ask the
just happen to
experts.
play the game, But that's why I used to call it anyway, a windmill. So when I was pitching and I do this, I call it a windmill. Yeah.
so switching gears back to academics. So your 12th grade year, and Alrika talk about how smart you were. You mentioned, you was a brainiac growing up. So how did you rank in graduation?
You asking me to
Take it
go
back.
all the way back to 12. I can't remember what my rank was. I can tell you that I graduated with honors. I was a magnet student. So, definitely kept up with my academics. But let me take you back a little bit because I don't want to leave Lou Muckle out, right? Um, so, my sixth grade year, I would say that was a very tough year. Um, we used to live in East in Sign Hill. So I went to Lumacol from third grade to sixth grade. And in the middle of it, things happened with our family and we had to move. So we relocated to Wim, right? So there was a question of whether we would transfer me and my little sister because she was in the first grade, I want to say at that time. And there was a question as to whether we would transfer to Alexander or continue at Lumacol. I didn't want to transfer because pretty much my teachers would always tell me, I'm their smartest student. So I knew I was in the running for valedictorian, right? I was like, I don't want to transfer because I'm in the runnings for valedictorian for sure, so I want to stay at my school.
Yeah, true.
So Miss Adams, who was my fourth grade teacher, she lived down the street from us in Wim. So that worked out perfectly. Miss Adams, shout out to her. She volunteered to take us to school and bring us home every day. And that was just awesome. You don't meet a
Yeah,
lot of educators like that. So
it's
shout out
nice.
to Miss Adams. She
Miss
definitely
Adams.
saved me my sixth grade year,
Big up, Miss. Big up.
Yeah,
Definitely.
big up Miss Adams, and so yeah, she took us to school and all that, and then crazy thing happened. My brother Calvin brought home chicken pox my sixth grade year. So everybody in the house caught chicken pox. I get ready to be valedictorian. At least that in my head, I'm saying this is my year.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be valedictorian, right? He bring home chicken pox. I had it the worst. Anytime somebody brings something home, I always catch it the worst. Same thing with COVID. Nobody else caught it, but I did. Just how it is. Somebody brought it home, and I am the one that get it the worst, right? So I missed 2 weeks of school, and I remember thinking like, man, how am I gonna manage this? But shout out to my best friend Dwayne Stevens. I don't know if he's watching. He's incarcerated right now, but he made sure I kept up with my homework and my classwork. He would call me every day, tell me, what do I have to do and all of that, and I would get my work submitted. So for 2 weeks straight, he made sure that I knew my assignments and everything, right? We all need best friends like that. So I didn't miss my assignments or anything. Um, we did have what we call a communication showcase. I don't know if you guys remember that, where your class would like compete in like some oral competition. Sometimes you did poems and singing and different acting performances. So I remember I had a lead part in my class's communication showcase performance, right? And because of the chicken pox, I missed it. I missed the qualifying round for our school, right? So we were competing against everybody else in our school at this time. And I missed it because I had the chicken pox. So I was pissed about that too, you know. But anyway, to make a long story short, when the chicken pox finally went away, went back to school and all that, I did end up being valedictorian, along with Eartha Peterson. I don't know if she's watching. Shout out to her too. So we had two valedictorians. It was me and Eartha. Me and Dwayne would joke that if I was never sick, it'd probably been me. But just me. You know. But it's a testament that I was sick and everything, and I still managed to be valedictorian for my sixth grade year. So that was awesome. Then I had to transition to ATA. And I have to tell you, that was tough. I had one teacher in eighth grade. I don't know if Karina watching, but she gonna probably be cracking up. I don't know. This is how smart and outspoken I was, right? So we were supposed to be having a home ec class where this woman, Miss Jardine was her name. She was Hawaiian, and she was supposed to be teaching us how to sew. That's the name of the class. It was called sewing, right? It was listed under home ec,
Just
but it was called sewing, right? So I admit I wasn't the nicest student for her, and I apologize, later on. But in the moment, I'm like, I took this class to learn sewing. This woman was teaching us about finance. She was teaching about family life and all this stuff. And finally, everybody in the class was like, why in the world are we not learning how to sew? Like 2 months passed and we still learning about finance and all this stuff. And we are just like, damn, this is a sewing class.
Mhm.
So all my classmates is chattering about it. Nobody was brave enough. So, I was the one who raised my hand and said, Miss Jardine, when are we gonna learn how to sew? Right? And from that moment on, I became this woman's target. And I will always say she's probably the reason I didn't become valedictorian in ATA, because I was very smart then too. Right? So this is what she did to me. I did all of her assignments and I aced them. All of them. I aced them. Finally, after I made my comments, like 2 weeks later, she finally decided to teach us how to sew, right?
Mhm.
There was a girl in our class. She didn't do squat. She didn't sew nothing. You understand me? Nothing. And she got an A in the class. When the final grades came out, now I sewed a pants and a vest, right? When the final grades came out, guess what this woman gave me overall? She gave me a D. She gave me a D. I was like, woman, I never got less than an A in my life. And Tegan could tell you, if I get anything less than 100, I used to cry. I was that serious about my grades. If you give me a 99, I will cry. You could
she ain't
ask
lying.
Miller too, because I had Miller for gym and he gave me a 99. And I was like, Miller, you couldn't give me the point. You know what I mean? And Miller refused. But I was that student, like, please
It's
don't give me no
crazy.
99, give me 100, right?
Right.
That's what I was aiming
That's
for.
so yeah.
I sewed the pants and the vest, and she gave me a D. Do you
Holy.
understand what I'm telling you? The woman did not like me. And there was one time in the class, she even said, because I always ask you all kinds of questions, right? And I don't remember what I asked you this day, but she said to me in front of everybody, she was like, Kerriann, I'm smarter than you. That's what she said to me in the class, and everybody heard it like, Carrie Ann, I'm smarter than you. And I was just like, I never said I smarter than you. I just wanted to know why you doing XYZ. That's it. Why you teaching us about finance when this is a sewing class? Like I wasn't trying to say I'm smarter than you. I was just like, this isn't the purpose of the class. So explain how this all ties in together. But when she said that, like I knew I was her target. I knew like from the time I became the outspoken one, this woman did not like me. And there was even one time in the class, she said, "Do you want a Hawaiian punch?" I asked her something, and she was like, "Do you want a Hawaiian punch?" And she did this. And everybody was just cracking up like that woman don't like me.
She ain't like you.
What kind of
I've heard teachers tell students that. So it's a reason why teachers tell students that though.
Well, when they say I'm smarter than you,
Yeah,
why?
it's a
Explain it to me.
because growing up, you've just been in classes which some students just really felt like they was the smartest human being alive on earth, and they would say stuff, they would do stuff, and teachers would pick up on it because they're just older, they've been around longer than us. When we kids and stuff like that, so they'll make this smart comment like, "Hey, I'm smarter than you." Even though they know you deserve to get a certain grade, they will give you a certain grade that you didn't want, but they're just doing it on purpose to teach you a lesson like, "Hey, I'm smarter than you." So it's pretty much telling you like, "Hey, kind of like stay in your place."
Right.
Or
Be a
they
student.
don't want to be. They don't want to
Stay
be
in a
challenged.
child's place is what she tried to tell me.
They
And
don't
she
want to
gave
be
me a,
challenged.
she gave me a D for it. By the time I got it corrected, we had done graduate, but I would say she affected whether I would be valedictorian for Val or Sal, because Victoria Henry was in my class and she was very smart too, so I won't take that away from her. She was very bright, but she gave me a D and I still had honors, so that speaks volumes.
Oh, for
Right?
sure.
So
That speaks volumes. I
We're,
still graduated with honors. You gave me a D, so you didn't
we're,
affect my overall grades, but nice try. But yeah,
we're,
she did not like me, Miss Ann.
real quick, just big up to
Yeah.
everybody tuning in, supporting Kerriann episode. Good night, good evening to everybody who came in and said good night, good evening. So definitely want to take some time out to show up manners and stuff. I said good night, good evening.
good evening, everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
Good
Good
evening.
evening, Miss Mercy. Good evening. Yeah, yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. My bad.
So
No, that was it. Go ahead.
before you go far, because you knew the inside story, you got all 100, you passed every test. That grade actually stuck because she's a teacher.
It didn't stick. It didn't.
Oh, how about to
It couldn't
say?
No,
stick. That
I was
couldn't
not
stick.
gonna let that stick. That's how much she
That
didn't
couldn't
like
stick.
me. I
No,
wasn't
sir.
gonna take that laying down. I was like, I aced all
Yeah,
your tests, them,
No way.
all the assignments. I
yeah,
made
yeah.
straight hundreds,
And
and
you
you
give me a
telling
D?
me because I sold something you probably didn't like, you gonna give me a
Wow.
D overall in the class? You tripping?
She took the
You know?
perfect opportunity to give the D2 prize. She was like, okay, I'm gonna
Yep.
give her a D. No matter how it look, I give her
No
a
matter
D.
how
She
my
probably had
stuff
a
look.
mind made up.
You gonna
Yep.
get a D today.
She already said, okay, for this project, she'll get a D.
Yep.
You
That's
know?
what it was. And that was my
Yeah.
overall grade in the class, a D. So nothing else I did in the class mattered. And what screwed her up was, like I said, there was a student in the class. I won't say her name, but she was my friend. She didn't do anything. She didn't sew nothing. Yep. And she ended up getting an A in the class. How is that possible?
That's crazy.
You
The
know,
teacher was giving you a sign. The teacher said sometimes in life you don't have to do anything and you will get
And
everything.
you gonna get it. You gonna get A. You gonna
Yeah.
pass.
and no matter how hard I worked, she just didn't like me.
I
Big
I
up to
remember
the teacher.
I remember at we in home ec, I saw our beach attire, and we had to wear it. We had a beach day for class, and we had to wear, wherever you saw, you had to wear it for the beach day. Did you wear, not for beach, but did you wear what you saw? What you the what you get a D for? Did you end up wearing it?
Yeah, I wore it at home. I sewed up, like I said, little shorts and a vest to go with it. I wore it at home. I wasn't gonna wear that thing anywhere else. I don't even know who came. It was her idea for us to sew pants and a vest. But it was like short pants. Who'd have dressed like that?
Right.
Nobody
I
on our island had dressed like that. I was
That's
not
why
getting
she
out
gave
like
you the
that.
D. You see, you just described why she gave you
But
the
I
D.
sewed it.
She said, the teacher said, you can't wear this out. Come on, you
But it
pass.
got mech. It got mech.
Hey, I could wear it. Don't get it twisted. I could wear it like it was sewn good. It's just that is not our attire. And I was in my tomboy phase too, my baggy jeans and stuff. I was not gonna be wearing that nowhere. By the way, that's why I didn't play softball. Let me throw that out. Not softball, volleyball. I could have played volleyball. I have a little skills in that too, but I refused because I was like, I ain't wearing them tights. That pants she had us sew was like tights, and there was no way in hell you was gonna catch me wearing that outside. Nope, 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 nope. Not happening.
So
I'd
in
rather wear a skirt.
so in high school, you were playing basketball, and when you talk about your career and stuff. When did you get to the point where like, okay, I ain't gonna go to college to play basketball? Like, where was your mindset at? Like, what was you aspired to be? Like, did you always wanted to be a lawyer, or you wanted to be something else?
Okay, so I decided ever since I was 5 years old I was gonna be an attorney. Um, I think my grandma on my mom's side, shout out to Helen Mead, she's the one who put it in my head because I was probably the worst child when you're trying to teach anything biblical. When she was teaching me about the Virgin Mary, that was hard because I kept telling her like, how is she a virgin? She's pregnant. Like I couldn't grasp that. And I used to just question her at length. Like, did Jesus rape her? Like I was going on, not Jesus, did God rape her? Like how in the world did this happen? Right? Because as at that age, I knew how babies were made. So it's like that doesn't make sense to me. So God literally just put a baby in a woman just like that, like. So my grandmother would just be like, "You have lawyer written all over you." Like anything she tried to teach me, I always had questions. I was that child. I didn't try to be disruptive, but I could be at times just because if I don't grasp something or I don't believe something or understand something, I'm gonna be questioning you at length, right? So she put it in my head. She was like, "You have lawyer written all over you." And ever since she said that, is like I started thinking about what do I want to be when I grow up. Everybody would tell me that I was smart and everything. So I knew that I could do whatever I wanted. Like at one point, I wanted to be a doctor. Then I wanted to be a stewardess because I like to travel, but they don't make that much money. That's what I heard. So I was like, okay, that one's out the window. I'll just buy my own plane tickets and travel that way. But it was between being a doctor and being a lawyer. What solidified being a lawyer for me was the Cosby Show. So shout out to Felicia Rashad, right? I never met her in person, but I wish one day I will. When
No
I
shout outs to
saw,
Bill. No shout
yeah,
outs to Bill Cosby.
no, he was the doctor, right? So remember, I was gonna choose between being a doctor or being a lawyer. But when I saw Felicia Rashad and just the way that she carried herself on that show and how she handled her kids and adversities, you know what I mean? When people would pass their place with her, she would handle them. And I was just like, that's me all day. That's me. And I said, I want to be just like her. And because she was a lawyer, I said, that's it. That's what I'm going to be. I'm going to stick with that. My grandmother already said I have it written all over me. I'm going to stick with that. And then there was no lawyers in our family. We had doctors already. We had nurses, you know what I mean? Teachers. I did like teaching as well, but teachers, unfortunately, they don't make as much either. Even college professors. So I was like, I need a balance, right? If I'm going to put in all this work in my education, I need a payoff too. So I stuck with law, and I said I'm going to become the first attorney in our family because there's no other attorneys, and I stuck that out. So age 5 is when
but
I decided that. Now, as far as choosing not to play basketball, that was a tough one. Um, I did have prospects when I graduated. There was at least two schools. Liberty University was one, and Western Michigan State. Right. I did talk to some recruiters there, and they were like, "Hey, if you send us a video, we'll take a look at it and stuff." And I forget what tournament they saw me playing, but it could have been the one we did in Florida. There was a tournament in Florida. I want to say my junior year or something, and I had a very good game. Like I had maybe 15 points in the first half. It was crazy. Like I had a really good breakthrough game.
Mhm.
And they were telling me they saw me, and I was just like, I think it's that one. And I had asked Miller to make me a video. But Miller to forget things, and if you don't stay on him, it's not gonna happen. So Miller never did, you know. So I just decided not to follow through on it. Um, and then I ended up going to Michigan State, right? And I remember saying Michigan State is a top D1 NCAA school. I was like, even if I tried to be a walk on, I was just like, man, that squad is like top notch. Like And I just felt like, nah, my talent ain't up to par for that. Even though I played intramurals when I was there, and people were like, man, you're really good. Like, you're really good. And, it boosted my confidence and stuff. I was just like, I don't think I'm good enough to play on that squad. So, yeah, that's really what did it. I felt like maybe if, Mila had given me the videos I needed and I could have shopped around a little more, maybe I would have pursued it because I did love basketball a lot. But I felt like I already know what I want to be. I'm going to be a lawyer. I'm not going to go to the WNBA. So focusing on my academics is not a bad thing either, putting all my efforts there. So that's what I did. I ended up leaving Michigan State after a year, not a year, after one semester. And I ended up at Liberty University anyway, right? I should tell y'all how that happened. Okay, so this is a good story. Let me tell y'all how this one happened.
Tell it.
First of all, I ended up at Michigan State because my brother Calvin, right, he lived in Michigan and I hadn't seen him for several years. So I was just like, I want to go to school where he is. That was my main goal. I got accepted to every school I applied to, but I said, if I got Michigan State, that's where I'm going, hands down. I want to be by my brother, right? That's all I wanted. So I got accepted, and no matter what, that's where I was going. So that's how that happened. And I ended up staying with him and his then wife. And I don't know when this happened, but somewhere along the way, she didn't like me. And I didn't know she didn't like me.
Oh gosh.
I'm serious. I had no inclination that me and her had an issue because anything she asked me to do, I would do. I help them out. I clean the house. I give them money and I buy groceries, babysit their child for free. You know what I mean? All that stuff, like I didn't know the woman didn't like me. So one day I came home from school. My brother would pick me up from school and we saw all these cop cars at the apartment. We were just like, dang, what the heck happened over here? Right? Not knowing they were there for me, which is crazy. Yes. So I get to the apartment and there's cops inside the apartment. First of all, I'm not a violent person. So I never fought this woman, had any altercations with her. So I don't know why she would call the police. But anyway, so the cops told me, are you Kerriann Sheppard? I said, yeah. They said you have to pack your stuff and you have to leave. I didn't even know cops got involved in stuff like that. Usually that's a civil thing and you got to go through court if you want to evict somebody. But they were there and they said, I got to pack my stuff and I got to leave. Mind you, this was finals week when she did this. So I'm like, dang, I'm going through finals and this woman pulls this on me. So lucky for me, I had money. So I stayed in a motel, finished my finals. And as soon as I was done, I called my parents and said, look, send me a ticket to come home, son. And I did.
Wow.
And I decided I was going to reapply to schools and I'm not going back to Michigan. I'm not going to go deal with him and his drama and stuff like that. That could have affected my education. You know what I mean? Like, this woman kicked me out during finals week. Like, if I was that type of person that take things on, that could have made me fail all my classes. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Real quick.
For me, that's not me. So, yeah.
So you say you was coming home with your brother and the cops then was there?
Yes.
What did he say?
Man, first of all, my brother, he's crazy than me, okay? He's the one that would flip out, and I think that's why she had the cops there, because when she was ready to kill me out, he was probably going to have it, and that's what he was afraid of, that he was going to lay hands, you know what I mean? So I think that's why I'm speculating, he was pissed. He was the hell. Like, they didn't have no conversations about me leaving or anything, And I'm in finals. When my break comes, I'm home. So I was gone anyway.
Right.
You didn't have to. If you wanted me, tell me. Like, I could have looked for a dorm or something. Like, you know what I mean? And it was crazy. We were both shocked. We didn't expect that. We didn't know they were there for us.
She got pulled. She got pulled where she lived, bro. She got
connection. So. My son, she must have been the chief of police.
Call the cops and the cops wait. They wait until you come home. That's gangster right there.
You could call the cops when you want somebody to leave your premises. Usually it'd be like the boyfriend want the girlfriend to leave, or vice versa.
Yeah.
But not like a child. Like, you didn't, despite you didn't in college, you're still a child. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
That's a good.
and then it would just be like one cap, not you said multiple caps were there. So she had to embellish the story. She tell them. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
it was like 4 squad cars.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. She had connection because
Clearly.
you not on a property. Usually they gonna be responding to some type of violence, domestic violence,
right.
or you know,
Some.
yes, burglary or something. But the fact that you wasn't even there, you know, because you was
Yeah,
with one of the homeowners, and then you come and everybody waiting for you. So that's why I said she gets some pull.
she got pulled.
The
She
cops really
definitely
waiting.
has
They ain't
pulled.
playing around.
And
But if
her sister was a paralegal for an attorney, so I don't know if that was the hookup or what, but yeah, it was crazy. So when that happened, I did my finals, passed all my exams, and then called my parents and say, "Look, send me a ticket to come home." They made it happen, and I started reapplying to all the schools I did before. And then I just said, whichever school send me my acceptance letter, that's where I'm going. That's literally how I picked. I said, whoever sends me my acceptance letter first, that's where I'm going, because I need to be somewhere in the spring, right? I don't want to have to wait out a semester. And Liberty University in Virginia was the first one. Interestingly enough, Liberty was one of the schools that was interested in me for sports, right? And I was in contact with Coach Green, but I felt like, you know what, I'm just gonna focus on what I came here for, which is just to get my degree, get out, and move on to law school. But I did play intramurals, and people were like, "Man, you're really good." I kept hearing all the time, like, "Man, you're really good." Even the team I was on was garbage, but they were like, "You should be on a better team." They would always say, like, "You're good. You should be on a better team." But I just didn't feel that in me anymore to try to push myself, and when the coach told me to what it takes, like he was like, we have 2-day practices, and you have to wake up early, and me and mornings we don't get along. We don't get along. So having to wake up early to go to practice, then go to class, then go practice again, I was just like, if I'm gonna do all this, I gotta be trying to go to the WNBA, and that's not me right now. So I'm good where I'm at.
Yeah, definitely salute for passing your
Yeah.
exams under those circumstances. So
Thank
Yeah,
you.
because that was definitely tough.
yeah, that's tough. So definitely
Yeah.
salute on that.
It's always interesting to hear people like stories like what they had to go through to get where they are, and a lot of. I think that's why people should just feel proud when they think back of whether you become a lawyer or not. Just the fact that you made it this far based on some of the circumstances that you've been through. You know what I mean? So kudos
That's
to you.
true. That's
That's
Because
true.
not that's not even the end of it. I gotta tell you what happened at Liberty.
You gotta give us. We you gotta. We gonna get. We got you. We got you. We got you.
Okay.
We
I'm
got
just
you.
I'm just letting Pong know, like, that
We
ain't
got
even
you.
the end of it. Like,
We got you. We got you.
there's worse.
So
well, you still got a floor unless you want to take a turn somewhere, but you still got a floor.
Elaborate on
I,
Virginia.
I don't know. Mumba, did you have a question before I move on this?
I was gonna ask you like, what was your mindset because you like going through those circumstances and you got exams. It could definitely throw you off. So like, what was like actually going through your mind because you got to prep for the exams and stuff like that. You want to be a lawyer. You got all that. So the classes you taking is not just the normal classes. Maybe you was probably taking basic classes that everybody take the first 2 years. But like, what was going through your mindset? As far as studying and under the circumstances, living in a motel, all that. Because did you have like a vehicle or anything to travel?
My
Yeah. So
brother,
like,
yeah, my brother did come with me though. So
oh, okay. Well, okay. That's nice.
yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, so I can tell you that because of how we were brought up, we were definitely made to be resilient. I will say that. So kudos to my parents.
Right.
No matter what we were going through, we definitely always learned to just be focused on whatever we have to accomplish. And they really taught us how to have that tunnel vision, right? Um, so that's really where my mindset was. I was just like, I need to focus on taking these exams, and making sure that this woman is not the end of me, right? if that's what her goal was, she was not going to accomplish that. Like, you're not going to stop me from achieving what I want to achieve, regardless of how you may feel about me. You're not going to stop me, and that's just how I viewed it. I did have tough classes, I will tell you that, because I took pre-calc in complex. I took pre-calculus. So when I got to Michigan State, they had me clep all the basic stuff. I clept. I don't know if you guys remember clep. I don't remember what it's called. I think it's college level exam placement.
Yeah.
So I definitely clept out of English, clept out of math, all the basic ones. So I went straight to calculus. So my classes weren't easy, let me tell you. I went straight to calculus. I had
Yeah.
like
Tough.
second level English, you know what I mean? Stuff like that.
Jeez.
So, and then I had like my political science classes. So yeah, I had, it was tough. I took 12 credits that year. So I had 4 classes. And they were,
Yes,
yeah,
man, man.
they were all next level. No entry level stuff for me. And I definitely had to find the focus to study and all that. But just because of the things we've been through as kids, we didn't have much. I went through some teasing in middle school and stuff, and I still overcome all of that. And so I knew how to deal with people and adversity, and I just focused on what I needed to, which is making sure that I study and pass these exams so that I can still get credit for what I'm here to do. So
It's a good
yeah,
message. Good message.
yeah. Thank
Good
you.
stuff. Good stuff.
I mean, we could hey, elaborate. I mean,
Take us into Virginia.
Before you go, one
Yeah.
question I'd always forget to ask this when people get to the part of when we'll be talking about like how was your recruiting process. One thing that we don't never ask, like what was your SAT scores to get you into Michigan?
You really try and take me all the way back to
You got to remember that, man. You got to remember your scores because I think that's something people are
I
really
took
proud of.
I took the
Yeah, that's true.
SATs and I took the ACTs, and all I remember is they were good. um
That's
I
all about
could
that.
That's all I remember is I could have gotten into the early admissions at what do you call UVI, but
Mhm.
I chose not to do that because I knew I wanted to go to Michigan State, and that was that, right? But yeah, I remember it was good. I want to say it was a 1260, but don't quote me. It was like it was like that. I remember
Um,
taking it twice, and I got 100 points higher the second time, and I want to say it ended up being a 1260. Like I had ended up getting like 60 points higher in math or something. So yeah, I
which
can
is
tell you
good,
what I
right?
got on the LSAT. I think I remember the LSAT. I did a 161 on the LSAT.
And what
So
you did on the SAT, a 20?
you mean
Because I
ACT?
think ACT, I think it's a 20. There's the highest you could get on an
I don't
ACT,
remember
right?
the ACT at all. I remember taking it, and I just remember they were good.
Yeah, I think a
28,
20,
28 or 27.
a
I don't
28 to
remember.
a 20. I know it was in the 20s
Yeah,
somewhere.
yeah.
I don't remember, but I will tell you this: we used to joke about this all the time. We used to say if Sammy had my scores, Sammy would have
Oh
went to a
God.
division, a NCAA Division 1 school,
Come on,
right?
man. What you
So
doing?
it's like, no, I'm just saying, like, no, not to diss Sammy or anything. That's all I remember. Like, Sammy had the skills definitely to play D1, but not necessarily the grades, right? And we just used to joke that if Sammy had my grades and my scores, she definitely would have been like a major D1 player. So
Mm.
my scores were high, but I don't remember all the details. But I want to say my SAT scores like a 1260. I remember my LSAT was a 161 for sure. Yeah.
I just thought that I might ask because you got to factor in the brainiac in you. So I was interested to know what your SAT scores was to get you into Michigan State. But
Yeah.
you can carry on with your Liberty story now.
Okay, so let me talk about Liberty. Okay. Now
Put your
remember,
seatbelts on, people. Put your seatbelts on,
yeah,
people.
put it on, people. So remember, I chose Liberty because they were the first ones to send me my acceptance letter. I knew nothing about Liberty University. I mean, nothing. First of all, Liberty University is a Christian university. And I credit God with this because a lot of times I do stray away from my faith a lot, and He would just bring me back. And I felt like He had a hand in that to make sure I don't go back to, where I'm coming from, Michigan, and I look forward to something that He had in store for me. So Liberty was a Christian university, and I grew up in a Christian household, right? So it made sense. But I didn't know that at the time. So I broke every rule my first day. Number one, you got to go to church Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I didn't know that. So in the mornings when we're supposed to be at church, I'm out on the track running and I noticed like it's mad empty. Like nobody's around. But it never bothered me, right? Because I was just like, dude, I have the track to myself. I have the facilities to myself. I'm good. I can work out by myself. This is nice. So I got back to the dorm and my RA said, Miss Shepherd, where were you? I was like, what do you mean? Where was I? I just came from working out. She was like, you're supposed to be at convocation. They call it convocation. I was like, what's that? She was like, did you not go to orientation? I said, orientation. We had orientation. Like I didn't even know what the heck orientation was or when it was. I was like, no, I didn't know I had to be in orientation or anything like that. So she explained to me every Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 10 o'clock. This is where you're supposed to be. We had what we're called the Vine Center. This is where we play basketball. That's our facility. So every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, that's where I was supposed to be. So I was like, okay, check, got it. Right? Nobody told me there was a dress code. So I had my Fresh Prince of Bel-Air moment. Okay. That phase, I was still in my tomboy phase. Baggy jeans, big t-shirts. That's how I dress. Sweats, you know. So I had my little basketball in my hand and my sweats on and my backpack and headphones, right? And I walk into the class, and this was a political science class, and I'll never forget this. The professor looked at me, and he looked at me as if I didn't belong there. Like, who the hell is this? Right? And I'm looking at him like, why is this man looking at me like this? And he did like this. He's like, come here. I felt like, wow, okay, am I in trouble? Then I look around. Everybody is in like business attire. Like you had to wear dress shirt, dress pants. Some people were in suits. Women at that time, we couldn't wear pants. We had to wear skirts and dress shirts or nice dresses that was, below the knees, all of this stuff. I didn't know that.
I couldn't go there.
So I walk into class in my baggy, my baggy sweats, basketball in my hand, backpack and everything on. And the dude was just, he's like, come here. He said, what's your name? He's like, Kerriann Sheppard. He's like, are you in this class? I said, yeah, I'm in this class. He said, is this your first day? I said, yeah, this is my first day of class. Yes.
Man, this is
And he
crazy.
said, Miss Shepherd, we have a dress code here. I was like, dress code? What do you mean dress? And I looked around, it's like, oh. He's like, I'll allow you to stay in class because you didn't know, but just for future reference, there is a dress code. So you may want to, go get you the appropriate attire for next class, okay? I was like, cool. And you could see everybody watching me like, damn, you know what I mean? Like, did this girl crawl out from my rock? Like, how she not notice? Soon as class was over, I got on the phone. I said, Mom, I got to go shopping. I need some money. I got to go shopping. I was like, I didn't know there was a dress code. So that was the second rule I broke. Dress code. Last rule, curfew. I didn't know there was a curfew. Okay? And this is crazy. So apparently on school nights, you got to be in your room. I want to say it was by midnight. Midnight was the curfew, right? So, I didn't know that you could sign out to the library. So that was your exception. If you signed out to the library, then you could be gone, right? I didn't know none of this. So I'm out hanging out with friends and stuff. And mind you, nobody's telling me these things. Like they should know because we all live on campus. But they're assuming that I knew that if I want to be hanging out with them past midnight, that I needed to sign out that I'm in the library. I didn't know that. You know what I mean? And then you could show up to the library and get your little pass that you could turn in. I didn't know that. So I'm the one getting in trouble and they covered and nobody told me. So I get back to my dorm around 2 o'clock and my RA, she's waiting for me. These people, I'm like, don't you guys sleep? Like, who waits up for somebody? So she's waiting, and she says, Miss Shepherd, where have you been? I said, I was out. why are you asking me this? And she said, we have a curfew here. She's like, your curfew was midnight and you weren't in your room when I checked. And I was like, you guys check our rooms?
Y'all over there
Yeah,
checking out.
that's wild.
I was like, you guys check our rooms? Are you
That's
serious?
crazy.
I was like, okay, I didn't know that we had a curfew. I told her, like I said, I didn't go to orientation and I'm pretty much learning the rules as I break them, pretty much. Right? Actually, it was 4 rules I break. So that was number 3, right? So she didn't reprimand me or anything. The last one was when you leave your room, you have to tidy up because they do go in your room and they check. Your bed has to be made, everything needs to be tidy. My parents
Wow.
didn't do this to us, right? They didn't do this to us. Like I did have to make my bed and stuff, but if I didn't, my mom would do it and she wouldn't chastise me for it. You know what I mean? Sometimes you're in a rush. So normally I would make my bed up. This is how come I didn't notice at first. Because normally I do. But on the one day I was rushing to get to class, I didn't make the bed up. And I came back and there was a nice little pink slip. And it said I owe like $35. So broke college
Mumbo.
student, by the way. I'm like, oh hell no, I ain't paying I no $35. You know what I mean? So I took it to her and I'm like, why did you write me up? For what? And she said, your bed wasn't made. And I'm like, we have to make sure our beds are made too. So not only do I have to go to church every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and I have a curfew, you know what I mean? Now I have to make sure my bed is made and all this stuff. And she's like, yes, these are all part of the rules. I was like, okay, man. So that was really, really crazy. So as soon as I could get off campus, you better believe I was getting off campus. I don't like dealing with people in rules. I want to do my own thing when I want to do my own thing. So I moved off campus my junior year, right, with one of my friends. By the way, guys, if you're listening, never room with your friends. It's a bad idea. No matter
Mhm.
how good your relationship is, this could ruin relationships. Don't live with your friends. Trust me. So
Room
me and my friend
alone.
decided we're gonna move off campus our junior year. The We talked about it and we said I was gonna get the bigger bedroom, right? I was gonna pay a little more and I would get the bigger bedroom. She would take the smaller room. That isn't what happened. She decided she gonna take the bigger room. I can get a smaller room. At this time, I was in St. Croix, so she's the one who chose the apartment, applied for everything, and got approved. So I guess she figured she used her name, she deserves it. Cool. That wasn't what we agreed on, but it is what it is, right?
Mhm.
So I get there, and homegirl didn't buy like a shower curtain, nothing. She's showering and she wetting on the floor and stuff, and I having to deal with this, and I'm just like, who does that? Like, there's a dollar
What
store.
less?
You couldn't go buy a shower curtain and some mats at the dollar store. Like you wetting on the floor every day. And so I went out, I bought all the stuff. She didn't furnish the apartment. So I went out, bought furniture, found a thrift store, bought furniture. You know what I mean? All she had was a bed. Right. So I furnished the place and I bought pots and stuff for the kitchen. Did all of this, right? Everything was good after that. We did have some run-ins when she was wetting on the floor. I didn't like that, but I'm like, who does that? Buy stuff so you don't have to wet on the floor, right? So then issue number one, when she would cook, she would put the dishes in the dishwasher, but I don't know if she was used to having one or not, but there would still be food stuck to the dishes and she would put them up in the cupboard like they're clean. And I would just be livid. I was like, at that time I like to entertain my friends. I like to cook and I'm pulling out my dishes and stuff and they got food stuck to them. And like, what the hell is this? Like, who does that? This is
She
obviously
want
dirty. Like,
less.
who does that?
That's crazy.
Right?
And how long you last? How long you
Not
last
long.
her
Not
roommate?
long. I'm getting there. Not long.
Okay.
I've been
So
done.
this was the straw that broke the camel's back, right? So winter came and we were still rooming together. Winter came and her room would get really cold and my room would be really hot. She's from Nigeria, so she likes it hot, which is why the room I'm in was supposed to be her room if she had just stick to the agreement, right?
Mhm.
I don't like to be hot. I like to be cold. So the room she's in would have worked perfectly. And I said to her, why don't we just switch? Because every night we started meeting up at the thermostat.
Mhm.
I wanted it colder. She wanted it off because she was fine. I was like, I'm hot. Okay. I need the thermostat on. Right. So We were meeting up at the thermostat and we had it in, my son, because I would turn it up, she would turn it down, I would turn it up, she would turn it down. So finally, I just said, you know what, I can't do this, right? So the guy I was seeing at the time, and this is another rule that I broke at Liberty University, unfortunately, you can't live with nobody you're not married to. That's the only way a guy and a girl can live together, right? But I just decide I'm gonna move in with him because I can't deal with this girl. This girl gonna drive me nuts, right? For the sake of our friendship, I need to be out. And everything is in her name anyway. Let her stay, right? So I moved out, moved in with him. Now I told him not to tell anybody because I'm not allowed to do this. I'm only gonna stay with you till the semester's over, and then I'm gonna move out. Smarty, now we're friends with the dean of women and her husband, right? He gonna tell her husband while they playing ball that I'm staying with him. I'm like, dude, why would you do that? I said, he's gonna tell his wife. Are you kidding me? Sure enough, what happens? He tells my boyfriend at the time, he's like, you have to tell her that she needs to confess because I'm not gonna keep this secret from my wife. So sure enough, he ends up telling his wife, and his wife calls me in the office and she tells me, you have to move out within X amount of days or you're gonna get kicked out of school. Right? So there again, I'm facing adversity, right? It's like I could be kicked out of school and have to start over because this man couldn't keep his mouth shut. So, so the following year, I did end up getting my own apartment. My little sister here, she was acting up in school. When me and
What?
Tia was, yes,
Gangsta.
when me and Tia was going to school, the teachers didn't know our parents. Our parents never came to school, right? And they never came to our games. So if you knew who our parents was, it's because you came to our house. If you didn't come to our house, you would never know who they were. Like you will hear about my dad, but you never see him, right? So she decided that she gonna start acting up in school, and Mac told me she was more concerned about matching her undershirt to her shoes, that she wasn't doing good in class and stuff.
This is
Right?
not about me.
It is. So
Okay?
You
I
know what?
decided,
Carry on throwing everybody under the bus.
Me not wrong with
yeah, man.
Sheena.
So I decided, look,
That's a lawyer right there, son.
my little sister is not gonna be a statistic, right? I said, there's no way I'm gonna let her drop out of school, fail classes and stuff. So I told my mom and my dad, I said, let me take her, let her come stay with me, right? So I did that. So the following year was my senior year. I took my little sister from St. Croix. I had her come live in Virginia with me. So she went to EC Glass High School, and
ECG.
yep. And I had her join our school dance squad. And she didn't dance with the girls, she danced with the boys. She was that good. Like this girl
That's
could
right.
dance her butt off. So I made sure to keep her busy, right? So she was dancing with the boys squad, right? And they treated her like a little sister, make sure she's good. This got me into problems now because she and my boyfriend at the time couldn't get along. So, things went sour with him. He told me to choose between him and my sister. Stupid mistake. My family always comes first. Don't ever ask me to choose. Right? So we broke up. That was it for him. And so now I'm in a conundrum because my schedule conflicts with hers. Right? So I had friends who were helping me take her to school and where she needed to go when I couldn't take her. So that was cool. That worked out for a little while. And I started to see someone else. This dude was trouble.
Oh
This
God.
dude here was
Another one
trouble.
under the bus.
It's always
Yes,
the man them. It's always
this
these
dude
man
here was
them.
trouble,
Oh
right?
man.
So
This is
These
hilarious.
man
one
them.
time he was taking my sister. Once he was taking you to dance class, and this
Yeah.
dude wrecked my car. He ran into somebody from back, and this person, and he wrecked the car. The car was total, right? So now I decide, okay, I need a car. I don't have the money to just buy a new one. So I said,
Right.
okay, this is what we're gonna do. I said, you don't pay for my new car, right? Up until you pay the value of the car that you wrecked. That was the agreement.
Yeah.
But at that time, and this is how I'm learning about credit, I had no credit, right? So he had credit because he had a credit card. So they said, let him apply for it, but we'll put your name first because it's your car. We'll put your name first, but it'll be like a joint loan. Mind you, me and him ain't married or anything. But I said, you know what? This is good
This is crazy.
because if his name is on it, then he gotta pay for it, right? Or it jacks up his credit. This is my mindset, right? Not thinking the whole thing through. So we did that. The car is in both of our names. Cool. But then things went south with me and him, right? And he decided that he is going to steal my car while I'm at work. This was crazy. I came out from work one day to the parking lot and my car was gone. And so I call him and I said, "Did you take my car?" And he's like, "Yeah, I got it." I was like, "What the hell is wrong with this dude?" So I called the police and I told them what happened. These guys gonna tell me, "Ma'am, that's a civil matter. You have to take him to court." So I'm learning these things as I go, right? They're like, "Yeah, you have to take him to court." I'm like, by the time I take him to court and stuff, I may not know where my car is. So I'm like, oh hell no. I called one of my friends and I said, I know where he's staying. Let's go get my car back, right? So shout out to Dennis, my boy Dennis, if you're watching. So Dennis takes me to where he's staying to get my car, right? He's home. And if you know my reversing skills is horrible, right? So I get in the car and I have to reverse out of this long driveway because it's so narrow you can't turn around. And the way he parked the car is facing forward. So literally I have to reverse out of this long driveway in order to get to the street and turn around, right? So this is how slow I'm reversing. He managed to use his spare key. He saw me pulling out. He managed to use his spare key, get in the passenger seat, and hopped in the car. So now we're both in the car, and I'm still reversing. I'm like, I'm taking my car out of here, so I don't know why you jump in the car in the first place, right? So finally made it to the road and all that. And guess what? Once I get into the street, this man decide he gonna pull the key out the ignition while I'm driving. And it's like by this time we were on the freeway. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? You trying to get us killed?
You
Right?
were scared?
Yes, we're on the freeway. You just
I'd
pull the
assume
key out
so.
the ignition. The car literally just stopped. I'm driving. You see what I'm saying? And this man literally pulled the key out. I'm like, I never seen nothing like this in my life. So I just flip out. Okay, I don't even know how I did this, but I managed to reach over, open the door, and I was trying to kick him out the damn passenger side. Okay, so now we're scrapping in the car. Like we are literally fighting. We're fighting. Police shows up. I don't know who called the cops, but somehow police came,
This is
and
crazy, man. This
both
is
of us
crazy.
end up in the back of a police car. The woman he was staying with came and they allowed her to drive my car back to her house again, right? So it's like, how am I gonna get my car now, right? So I end up downstairs. They didn't book us or anything, but they did give us a restraining order. So we had to stay away from each other X amount of feet for X amount of years. I want to say it was a year, right? And we had to go to court on a domestic violence issue, right? So I'm like, I need my car. I have to go to work. I have my little sister I have to take to school and stuff. This is crazy. So I call another one of my friends and he took me to get my car again, right? This time it was at night. Nobody saw. The woman claimed she saw me, but it is what it is. I was able to get my car out of there and I went and I bought me a club. Okay, I learned my lesson. I bought me a club.
People still
Yeah,
got those?
and I put that club on there. This same dude, right? And I missed something. There's another issue. When I took him to Richmond a time before to catch a flight, I ended up getting a reckless driving charge. The cops said I was doing a 92 in a 45 in a Cavalier, a 2000 Cavalier, right? I
But we
tried
know
to
that's
tell,
a lie because they don't only go as fast as 70.
I tried to tell the cops,
They don't go that
there's
fast.
I said, look, there's no way I was doing 92. If you go 70 or 75, this car starts to shake. And I said, when I was driving, it wasn't shaking. I said, there's no way I was going 92 in a 45. But he gave me a ticket anyway, right? So I had to go to court. The first judge that I saw wanted to put me in jail for 6 months. Yes. He was going to hit me with a misdemeanor and put me in jail for 6 months. That was my
Wow, wow.
sentence.
That's crazy.
So I had to get a lawyer,
That's,
right? So I'm learning the law as I break them and as I go along, right? So I had to get a public defender, and he was really good. Shout out to Attorney Sheldon. Um, so the thing that saved me,
So
and
you
then
you could remember the attorney that keep you out of jail, but you can't remember your SATs?
That was sooner. SATs was way back when, okay? And you don't forget traumatic
I,
experiences,
I got
right?
you. I got you.
Okay, this was
Get time.
traumatic. I'm facing jail time here. 6 months in jail. Do you understand?
You
So I
remember
had to
that?
appeal. So I got a public defender. He was really good. And the thing that saved me was my grades. So kids, if you're listening, make good grades. It helps, trust me. So the judge on the appeal, my lawyer really focused on, this is a girl, she wants to go to law school. She's an A student, and that semester I had a 4.0 GPA. So that was really impressive. So he was like, the judge was really impressed. He was like, she's never been in trouble before, never even had a ticket before in her life. Like, I never had a ticket before then, right? So he was just like, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to suspend your license for 6 months. We're going to make it an infraction. Just don't get into trouble anymore, right? The man
Right.
suspend my license. What am I supposed to do now? This is my senior year. So, unfortunately, I did continue to drive illegally, unfortunately. But I was
Shame.
very cautious.
Shame.
My sister and I drove when I got accepted to law school. I got accepted to McGeorge in California, and I decided that's where I'm gonna go. So then we took a road trip from Virginia to Sacramento, which took us 2.5 days, right? And I drove that
About
with no license. It's crazy. Yep, yep.
what less?
So that was life in VA. It was crazy. I didn't go to my um, undergrad graduation because I said I still have another level to go. I got to go to law school and I got to graduate there. So I said that was going to be my final graduation. So that's the one I would go to. So, yeah. So that was life in VA, man. It was crazy. I had to deal with getting arrested and going to court all because of one person. So be careful the company you keep.
And
Seriously.
y'all say I'm the gangster. Style.
I can't even ask Alrika for the real story because that story was bad enough and they can't get no worse than that.
I only fight
And
when provoked. Okay, when provoked. He definitely
I am
could.
calling me gangster. Style. Me even close.
You the new age gangster now.
Oh goodness.
Close.
I just got a panel full of gangsters and I'm the saint on the gang on the
Oh
panel.
please. Don't
That
make me
man.
pull out your file.
So what made you decide to go to grad school? Like what was the push for that?
Okay, so remember I decided at 5 I was going to be an attorney, so I already knew the process, right? The way to get there was I had to do 4 years of undergrad and then apply to law school, right, to get your JD. I want to say doctors don't like that. That's all we have to do because I think for them it's longer. I think doctors is 12 years. For us is 7. Um, but that was the process. So I already knew that that's what I had to do. So I knew that in order to be a lawyer, I definitely have to go to grad school. So now choosing which school to go to was not as easy. I would say that that's the part where guidance is really needed when you're choosing a school, but we didn't really have that, right? Our parents, they didn't go to college. Tegan was the first one to go to college and graduate, and he didn't go to grad school, so he couldn't really help me much with making that decision. So I just chose schools in California. I knew I wanted to live in California. I was a Laker fan. It made sense. That's all I knew, right? So I applied to like UCLA, University of Southern California, a bunch of different schools in California. McGeorge, I want to say, sent me an application because I didn't know who McGeorge was. It's University of the Pacific. I didn't know who they were. I want to say they sent me an application. So when you do good on your standardized tests, you'll have schools that recruit you, right? So I got an application from them. I filled it out, sent it in, and they had accepted me. All the schools I applied to had accepted me. But cost, number one factor, cost. Who was going to give me some funding, right? And which ones can I afford if I have to take out loans? That put UCLA out of the question. Could not afford that, right? USC was in Southern California as well. Even if I could have gone there based on that, just the cost of living in LA, too high. And LA is definitely way too busy for me as well as too many distractions. So when I saw McGeorge, I was like, it's quiet, it's peaceful. This seems like where I want to be. So I chose McGeorge, and they had given me a partial scholarship as well. So that was really good. So I chose McGeorge for that reason. Sacramento is very quiet, you know. At least I thought. By the way, this is another thing we learned as we got here. McGeorge is in the hood. It's in Oak Park. That's the hood of Sacramento. I didn't
Yeah,
know
it
that. I didn't know that. To me, it was peaceful. And my
is.
classmate was like, girl, we're in the hood. What you talking about? You don't hear gunshots? I'm like, what gunshots? Same park where they're doing like their deals and stuff, Oak Park. I go there jogging and stuff and not knowing that there's a side deal happening and stuff. I was like, hey, look, it didn't seem like hood to me. They were like, girl, it's the hood. And we stayed on Stockton Boulevard at the time. They said that was the hood, and we felt like, wow, our apartment's really nice. We live in a nice neighborhood. We would hear sirens and stuff, but we didn't really focus on that. They were like, man, this is where like the prostitutes and stuff come and walk up and down the street, and we were like, we had no idea. Okay, that's how crazy it was, but we made it through. And I gotta give a shout out to Tarek Nicholas. I gotta mention him. So Tarek Nicholas helped me when I was in Virginia to get my apartment. So I don't know if he's watching. That's Nakia Nicholas' brother. Nakia played on Complex Team with me, and he was the one who submitted like my apartment applications for me and stuff. He lived in Fresno, but he would drive to Sacramento to submit these applications so that I could get an apartment. So shout out to him. I didn't even see my apartment. He did. He's the one that got me approved and everything. So shout out to him for helping me with that.
Boop, boop, boop.
Mumba, before you came on, Mumba mentioned Stockton, Stockton, Sacramento, all there. And him and him and Alrica were laughing because they know what type of place that be.
That's Stockton, California. We lived on Stockton Boulevard.
Yeah. But the name matches.
Two
The name
different.
matches.
okay.
Yeah, they match,
Okay.
but
it matched.
it's a little different.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Stockton is a city. Stockton Boulevard is a street in Sacramento.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So
That's the
Stockton
difference.
is known for being violent, right? Stockton has a lot of violence. However, Stockton Boulevard is no different, which is probably why they named it that. But we didn't know. Like, we were fine. We were at peace. I guess when you come from the Virgin Islands and you see what real hood looks like, you don't really know what a state hood is, because for us it was nice, It beats Watergut, Red Brick, and all of them. So, it was nice compared to that. So we thought we were in a good neighborhood, but it was like the residents that live here who was like opening our eyes that no, you guys are in the hood. Yeah.
Yep.
Was law school hard? It just seems hard. Like I don't watch a lot of TV when it comes to like the law stuff. Like all the law shows. I love those. And it always seems like they got to know so much thing to be in court, and like you have to read for every case. It just seems like every case could be different. You not only you have to study the case, you have to study the law. Like every time before you go in court to make sure you're ready for the counter punch for the like. So was law school a lot of reading, a lot of studying? Like you didn't have time for nothing. Like you didn't have time for play. And also, was there a particular bar that all the law students to meet after class? Because that does seem to be the thing on these last shows.
Okay, so there's a lot there. So let me start with this. So law school is the toughest challenge I would say that I've faced academically. Definitely. Because I felt like elementary, middle school, high school, I pretty much breezed through those. College, same thing. It wasn't that difficult. But when I got to law school, it was tough. And the thing for me was I have a photographic memory, right? So I could read something one time and I could remember everything. When I got to law school, there was just so many details in some of these cases that it wasn't like that. So you had to brief the cases so that when you're asked questions in class, you could be prepared. I got to tell you, my freshman year, I was struggling being prepared in class because I felt like I could do what I did in undergrad in law school, and it was like no. So I was getting embarrassed. Okay, like I didn't have a full grasp on some of the cases, and those are the days when the professor would call on me. So they use what you call as the Socratic method. They will ask you questions, and instead of regurgitating information to you, it wasn't like that. Like ain't nobody writing nothing on a board and you copy it down. It's not like that, right? They would ask you questions based on the reading, and you had to know the answer, right? So yeah, that first year was a little tough because I felt like I could apply the same principles that I did in undergrad. I just read something and I'll remember it and I'll be good. Nope. It's like you're reading 200 pages per class sometimes, right?
Jeez.
So you may think, oh, yeah, I got it in here. I remember this case, this case, this case. But do you remember the case in enough detail to tell the professor the facts of the case, the issues, the ruling, all of that? Can you regurgitate all that information per case when you have to read like 200 pages per class? No. But I felt like I could. I was like, I could do this. I got it. It's all in here. No, it wasn't. Even if I did good in one class, by the time I got to the next class, I already forgot what the heck I read last night. So briefing became very important. So I had to start briefing the cases so that when I'm called upon, I'll be ready. But it took some getting embarrassed for me to get there because I always felt like I got this. I read it. I understand it. No, you didn't. Not in the detail that you needed to. So it wasn't just reading anymore and trying to pass a test. You had to read and be able to answer detailed questions about your reading. So yeah, so that first year was rough. I will say that. But after the first year, after learning the hard way, I did get better at it. I will say this, I did not have a life when I was in law school. And the reason was I had to take care of my sister. So I had to work and go to law school, right?
You ain't had to take care of she. I'm pretty sure she was out
No,
doing
she
her
didn't.
thing and
Oh,
and having fun and as a
bang, it
how
was
was.
that bad.
how
She
old you was at that
was
time?
me or her.
Her.
So Alrika was
Um,
14. I think you were 14 when we moved to Sacramento, 14 or 15, right?
15. I was 15.
Yeah.
Oh,
She
then you
was
definitely
15.
needed to be taken care of
So
then.
she's
Okay.
still,
I
yeah,
thought
she's
you were
still
older
in,
than that, man.
no,
No,
she's
I was
still in
still in
high
high
school.
school.
Yeah,
She's still
okay,
in
okay,
high,
okay.
I was still in
yeah.
high school.
So she did her sophomore year. Was it sophomore? Junior
No,
year,
junior.
Junior.
junior and senior year at Florin High School here in
Hmm.
Sacramento, right? So she's still in school, still a minor, still have to take care of her. And I'm in law school full time. Like I'm a day student. I'm not part time. So I have a full class load, okay? And I have a job. Now, California's cost of living is so high that one job wasn't cutting it. So, and here's another thing that I broke, and I hope nobody from McGeorge is watching. I was only allowed to work 20 hours, right? But 20 hours wasn't paying the bills. It wasn't. So I was like, no, I need full time hours in order to pay these bills that we have. So I had two jobs. I worked at Bank of America in the morning, and then I worked at Home Depot at night. So I had two jobs. So it's like, when do you study? After Home Depot. So I'm getting home around 10 o'clock and I'm having to read and do all these things. Lucky for me, I was a night owl anyway. So I usually don't sleep till late. So I would do all of my homework after I work. I'd go to Bank of America in the morning, classes in the afternoon, and then Home Depot at night, and sometimes in between. So sometimes I go to class. If I had a break, I'd go back to Bank of America, and I'd just go back and forth. So I need to make my hours,
All right.
and I was fortunate that I had jobs that work with my schedule. So I really appreciated the supervisors that I had when I worked at Bank of America and Home Depot. They always worked with my schedule. So, but it was tough. I had no life. My classmates knew who I was, but they didn't know me because they didn't get a chance to hang out with me and stuff. I went to a few functions here and there, but I didn't do a lot of hanging out. There was no bars that I was going to. I don't drink. So you weren't going to see me at no bar and no mixer. When I do go to like networking events, I would get cranberry juice to make it look like I'm blending in, but I don't drink, And then the last year of law school, I added an internship. So shout out to Justin Ward if he's watching. I met Justin Ward, and he allowed me to come and shadow him and learn from him at the Ward firm. That was very rewarding. And he also worked in my schedule as well. So that was really great. You know, I learned a lot from him. He was a civil and criminal attorney. And it's actually through him that I met Kamala Harris. So shout out to him, right? So I
Oh,
can
that's
say
what's up.
I met the
Kamala.
VP. That's right. I can say I met the VP. I met her at a networking event, you know, through him. So having two jobs, an internship, a little sister to take care of, I had no life. There was no life for me. It was just
Hmm.
work and study, work and study. Even when I studied for the bar. So Justin had advised me to just study, don't work, don't do any of that. So I had to save up money and just do nothing but study for 3 months straight. So I took what is called Barbary. That was the study course that most people take to pass the bar. And California, if you didn't know, has one of the hardest bars to pass. It's California and New York, right? These guys, their bars are so hard, they don't do reciprocity with anybody. So some states, if you pass the bar there, you could practice at another state, they'll recognize it. California, New York, nope, you have to take their bar exam. They're not gonna let you come with, let's say, a Florida bar license and work in California. Not gonna happen. They're not going to recognize it. You have to take their exam. So California definitely has one of the hardest bar exams. So it's a 3 day exam, very crucial, right? The first 2 days is all day. The last day is half day. So he told me do nothing but study. Don't work. So I quit both of my jobs, and for that summer, all I did was study. And let me tell you, the day of the bar exam, I broke out in hives. I was so damn nervous. I had like little red bumps all over me. That's how nervous I was. But I did pass my first time,
Boop, boop.
and I remember that
Excellent.
moment because my little
Excellent.
sister, when they said the results were out, I couldn't even look at the computer. So you had to log into the computer and it would only tell you if your name was on the passers list. That's it. It won't tell you a score or anything. It would
Pass
just
or
say
fail.
this person's name appears on the passers list. So I logged in, and this was me. Like I had to turn away, and I said to my sister, "Can you check and see if I passed?" Right? And so she's the one who told me it says this name appears on the pastor's list. And I was like in tears, my son. I was in tears
Wow, that's crazy.
because it was hard work. When I
The
tell you it
moment.
was hard work, like I had no life for 3 years. Okay. And it just felt like all the weight was lifted off my shoulders. Like now I can finally start my career. I've done all my studying and all that. And I was just ready to get started. So, yep.
Boop, boop.
That's what's up, man. That's passing the
All right.
bar, man. That's
First,
unheard of.
that's first try too. That's amazing. Definitely.
A lot of
Yep. Yep.
people,
Yep.
Congrats
a
on
lot
that.
of people take it multiple times too.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's true.
Take it multiple times before they pass.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's amazing.
Yeah. So when you
Get
get on the first try, that's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
let's jump into your first court experience. Let's I know, like when I started my job, you shadow somebody to learn the ropes of the job or whatever. Let's talk about your first court experience shadowing someone, and then your first court experience when they just loose you to the dogs.
To dogs.
Okay, so I gotta tell you this. Interestingly enough, my first court case, I was still in law school. I had to sue one of my friends. Again, be careful the company
These
you keep.
friends. These friends.
So I won't say his name because it's a long time ago. I'll leave that out, right? I won't say who it was because I don't know if any of my law school friends are watching. But this guy, he borrowed my books while we were in law school. He was an evening student. I was a day student, right? So he took classes after I did, right? So he decided he would borrow my books. That way he wouldn't have to buy them, right? So I was fine with that. Cool, no problem. And I told him I don't have any intention of selling my books. I keep them for, the memorabilia, right? I never sold my books back. I always kept them. because I wrote notes and stuff in them, and I want to, you know what I mean, just show my kids later on. This is what mommy did in law school, right? So I
Yeah.
have all my books to this day for memorabilia, except for the ones he borrowed. So I don't know what he did. This is my theory: is that he sold the books and he got money for them, because you could sell your books back to school at the end of school, and you would get money for it, right? So I would ask him, like, when are you going to return my books? And he would always tell me, oh, I'll bring it tomorrow, or whatever the case, and it would never happen. Never
Mhm.
happen. So finally I just decide, you know what, I'm just going to take him to court. First I brought it to the school and they didn't do anything, because they were like, oh, you don't have enough evidence. Your siblings can't say which books he borrowed. My sister saw me loan him the books. My brother Calvin saw, but they said, oh, because your siblings can't say what particular books they are, that's not enough evidence. Like, really? Are you kidding me? I told you he borrowed the books. I have witnesses, and I tell you he never brought them back. That should be enough. But no. And I understand legal standard, right? I needed clear and convincing evidence, and that wasn't clear and convincing to them. Cool. Said, let me take him to court. So I did. I took him to small claims court, right? And I won. I won. And he decided to appeal, right? And even in the ruling, the judge put, she found his testimony to be less than sincere. That was a nice way of saying he's a liar, right? And I submitted it to the school. I showed them, hey, this is what the judge had to say. And she was a fellow McGeorge graduate as well, which is crazy, right? So they still didn't do anything. Cool. He appealed. When you appeal a case in small claims court, you can hire a lawyer to represent you. So he did that. He hired an attorney. And like I said, I was interning with the Ward firm at this time. And so Justin represented me, right? So he had his lawyer. I had my lawyer. I felt confident. I'm like, Justin could beat anybody. So, you know what I mean? I was good, right? But by the time we did the appeal, I had passed the bar. So Justin said, I'm going to let you handle it. I'm going to let you handle it. You're a lawyer now. You can handle it. He still came for the moral support and he chimed in when he needed to, but he let me handle the case myself, right? Beat him again. He lost. He had to pay me for my books and all that. So that was my first case, and I won my first case twice.
No,
Book,
that's
book.
that's what's up.
Yeah, I
Nice.
beat him at
Pretty
both
good.
levels. You know
Bullet,
what I
bullet.
mean? So I was definitely feeling confident, like, all right, I know my stuff. I'm gonna be good at this. But interestingly enough, I didn't want to be a litigant, right? So there's different types of attorneys. Because I'm so quiet, right, and I'm shy, I never saw myself going to court. I always thought I was going to be a corporate attorney, transactional, behind the scenes kind of person. I just make deals. I don't go to court and litigate with nobody. That's how I was. I didn't want the confrontation, right? But I could never stray away from it because something would always happen. You know, my first job was at a tax law firm.
Mhm.
So working there, everything we did, we had to negotiate with the IRS. That's mostly what we did. We negotiated with the IRS to resolve like tax issues, right? You name it. So that was the first thing I did. I never had to go to court. I never had to go to court. All my deals were done over the phone with IRS agents. I never had to go to court. Um, so I didn't have that experience, right? But then the company went out of business. They went out of business after a year and a half of me working there. And I did pretty good there. I became a lead attorney and everything, but they went out of business. So then I was like, what am I going to do now? Right? They went out of business and I need to find something else to do. So, in the meantime of searching for jobs and applying and interviewing, I decided that I was going to just open my own practice, right? And I was going to continue to do the same thing, just do tax law, because all I have to do is negotiate with IRS agents. I don't ever have to go to court unless it goes to like tax court, but we never get there. In my cases, never get there. We always resolve it before then, right? So, I opened up my own practice, and for like 3 years, I did that. My first client, he had an issue with the franchise tax board, right? And there was a hearing in a week. And this is your first client that walked through the door. You just open up your practice. You're not going to turn anybody away because you need to eat, right? You need
Mhm.
to eat. So I didn't know nothing about dealing with the franchise tax board. But I said, you know what? I'm not going to turn him away. I need the money. So I took on his case. So that was my first time appearing before any tribunal since, taking my friend to court because I never had to go to court. And dealing with that case, we were able to get a settlement at the end of the day. I did end up having to go before a judge and everything, but that one is a little different from what you see on TV with Superior Court. That is what you call an administrative hearing. Administrative hearings, you appear before a judge, and there may be an opposing counsel that represents the agency, but it's just you and them and their witnesses and your witness. So it's not open to the public like what you see on TV. It's a little more informal, I would say, right? So not as adverse as you think. So it was good. It was good to get my feet wet that way. But then I started getting other clients who had other issues that I never wanted to deal with. One of my friends had an issue with probate. I don't know anything about probate law, right? But I felt like this was something I had to do because it's my friend and she had someone who was trying to take advantage of her and stuff. And I felt like, you know what, I need to help her out with this. So that was one of the cases where I ended up in front of an actual judge that I had to argue a case. But we ended up settling that case as well. A lot of my cases, most of them get settled, right? So we get to 2014, right? And I get this letter from the Public Utilities Commission. I didn't know who they were, right? But I've been trying to get in with the state. And I remember seeing that name before. I think they had sent me like contact letters before. And they sent me one. And I was just like, maybe I should apply. But they're in San Francisco. San Francisco is 2 hours away from Sacramento. And if you've ever been to San Francisco, the traffic is horrible. From
It's
Sacramento to
crazy.
San Francisco, it could take you 4 hours for a 2 hour drive. And if
It's
there's
bad.
an accident, forget it. You ain't
Man,
making it
friend,
no
it's
time soon,
horrible.
right?
Yeah.
So I was
Man.
like, man, I really don't want to deal with the traffic. You know what I mean? I don't want to do it. But I said, you know what? Let me go ahead and apply because I got this contact letter. And I said, let me go ahead and apply. So I did. But then they sent me a letter rejecting me, right? And so I contacted someone on the inside, someone in HR, and they said, oh, yeah, the legal division doesn't hire anybody from the outside. You have to be on the inside already. So they gave me the ins and the outs. And I was like, oh, really? Okay. Now, me, I'm very competitive, I have to admit. I didn't even want to work there, but because they rejected me, all of a sudden I'm like, you know what? I got to get in. They rejected me. I'm gonna show them what they're missing out on. This was my mentality. Like, you're not gonna reject me. You rejected me. No, it's not happening like that. So they told me I had to be on the inside. This is what I did. I said I'm gonna get in as a legal secretary. So I applied for the legal secretary position. I think it was called senior typist at the time, right? So I got the interview and everything. And they already knew. They were like, she's a lawyer. She's probably not going to stay with us that long, but they needed people, so they hired me. So it was cool. I came in as a secretary. And I know other people were like, man, you're a lawyer. Why are you in the secretary department? But it is what it is. It worked out. So I got in. I got my foot in the door. It's like taking a demotion, right? Because you're an attorney, but you're coming in as a secretary after you've had your own practice and you're doing, you know what I mean? You have court experience, you have litigation experience. It's like, yeah, you're taking a pay cut because I think they started us at like 50,000, right? But I just had to get in. I was like, no, they rejected me. I gotta get in. So I worked in the administrative law judge division. So that's where the judges work. And I met the chief judge at the time. Her name was Karen Clopton. And this woman, she's a sister. She reminded me of Claire Huxtable. This was crazy. Every time I saw her, that's who I remember. And I was just like, wow, it's like working with Claire Huxtable. And I got introduced to her and she took me under her wing and I told her why I'm there. I said, I want to get into the legal division, but I was told you're only going to get in if you're already on the inside, right? And she understood. She was like, yeah, that's true. At the time, that's just how it was. So 6 months later, a position opened up in the legal division and I applied for it. Now, this was interesting. When I went for the interview, guess who was on the panel? The chief judge. And I remember feeling so comfortable, like, wow, Karen Clapton is here. This is awesome, right? I already know her. You know what I mean? If I don't mess this up, I should be good. So I said, you know what? I'm just going to focus and represent. And you know what I mean? This should be in the bag for me.
Right.
Um, and sure enough, I went to the interview, think I did really well, and they hired me into the legal division. So I only had to work as a secretary for 6 months. And then I got into the legal division, and that's when I really started to do a lot more advocacy because they put me in the advocacy department. And so I had to appear before judges a lot, representing ratepayers of California. So if you guys don't know anything about the Public Utilities Commission, let me just give you a little overview, right? So this is the agency that regulates all the utilities. So we're talking telephone companies, water companies, transportation companies, energy companies. We regulate all of them, right? So this was my first experience dealing with this, right? Um, so representing what we call the Office of Ratepayer Advocates, now they call themselves the California Advocates. Um, they represent the ratepayers of California. So let's say a utility comes in, they want to increase their rates. Of course, people who are paying, they're the ratepayers. They don't want to have their rates increased. So the department that I represented fought against that, right? We always try to get the lowest rate possible, consistent with safe and reliable service. So I was advocating on behalf of the people of California, basically, and definitely ended up going to court a lot. When I was pregnant with my daughter in 2018, I had like four trials back to back, four set of hearings back to back. One of them was like a month long, right? And traveled quite a bit between the different cities. I was in LA a lot. I had hearings in LA, and sometimes Sacramento. So I definitely got thrown in there, where I didn't want to do any litigation. I ended up having to do litigation anyway. So, you know, now I do more advising. So I switched over to the advisory department at the Public Utilities Commission. So now I advise judges and our different departments. Sometimes I represent the commission before like the federal communications division and stuff like that. But yeah, so now I do advising. I'm no longer litigating and fighting attorneys in court anymore. I want the low key type life that I wanted when I first started, So that's kind of where I'm at now.
Boop, boop.
Oh, that's what's up. That's cool and interesting, and seeing the road that you took. I did have a question. You don't, only because you mentioned it, but you don't have to mention the next level. You said you were your secretary level. You was making 50,000. Now we all know how expensive LA is.
Well, not
He gonna be
LA,
brisk. He gonna be
But
California,
brisk. Watch.
not
period.
LA, but California period. Like
That's he gonna be
how
brisk. Come on.
how was that after that salary? Because I know here in Florida, like 50,000, ain't really, you still probably might need a little part-time job if you don't manage your money right. So how was that living in California?
Okay, so when I was working in as a legal secretary, I still kept my private practice. So
Mm,
that wasn't my only bread and butter. Absolutely not. But I would say that I still would have been able to handle it only because I always live below my means. So, yeah, if for everybody watching, that's important, right? You should never live paycheck to paycheck. And I think because we've had humble beginnings, I didn't feel like, oh, because I'm an attorney, no, I got to go get me a big house with the pool and I have to have my BMW right now. No, I didn't do that. A lot of people do that. They finally get the job they want. They feel like, oh, I got to show it now. Nope. And in fact, my mentor, Justin, used to tease me all the time because the first house that I bought a manufactured home. That was the first home that I bought. It was $30,000. That's what I bought. I didn't go buy me no mansion, none of that stuff, right? I always had in my heart that before I buy my dream house, I was going to buy a house for my mom and dad first. So I didn't want to be living in my mansion or whatever and have them living in the projects, right? So I bought a $30,000 manufactured home, and that's where we lived during that time, you know. So my what was our rent, like $800? Our land rent was like $800. No, it was actually six at that time, so it was
Yeah, it was
cheap.
like 6.
It was cheap. Like I
Wow.
was living cheaper than most people in California. Like paying $600 a
Jeez.
month is like
It was cheap.
unheard of. But that's
Cheaper.
how
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
crazy.
Like I'm always gonna be that person that I'm gonna live below my means. Even now, even now I make six figures, but I'm not gonna live in a house that's gonna suck up all my income. Then I can't do anything, right? I like to travel, I like to have fun. There's no way, So I bought a house that cost like what did I pay? Like 400, I want to say 475. You know what I mean? I didn't go out for the mansion, the $1 million mansion that's gonna suck up my paycheck. You know what I mean? I still have my pool that I wanted, and my husband has the studio that he wanted. It came with everything, but it's 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, right? So I still don't have the mansion. I have my mini mansion, right? So that's just me. I'm always gonna be that person that, I don't feel like I have to be flashy and have everything. No, I'm gonna live comfortably. As long as I'm comfortable, I'm good. Because we didn't grow up with much. So I feel like I have a lot because I never had this, right? I would have never dreamed that I could have a house with a pool and a music studio. You know what I mean? For me to have that, I'm just like, man, this is awesome. So at that time, my manufactured home, it was 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. My sister, I was able to get her a car and she had her car, and you know what I mean? Like we lived comfortably. You know what I mean? So yeah, I even with the $50,000 I was making, I was fine. My private practice is just like adding supplement to what I'm making.
Mm.
And that's me. Like I always have to have more than one source of income. When I was in law school, I had 2 jobs, right? I just have to have backup. If something should happen with the first, I'm still good with the second. You know what I mean? So that's just how I am, even to this day. Like I have to have more than one stream of income in case something goes south. So I'll always be good.
Do
That's a good point.
it is. Yeah, and do you still have your private practice?
Every year I say, I'm done. I'm not gonna do this anymore because I'm good, right? I'm good now. But somebody always needs help. You know, if any
It's
one of
true.
you tried to go to my website, you'll notice like my website's down. So I had every intention of never doing my private practice anymore, but friends and family won't let me just be done because there's always something. Like I had to help my brother recently with his child custody case. I helped him get full custody of his daughter, so I had to go to family court. I don't even do family law, but here I am in family court. You know what I mean? And people always have tax issues. So I have friends and family who still refer people to me. I even prepare tax returns. So, people come to me for stuff like that.
That's fine.
Pang up there became one of my new clients, right?
Come true. Come
Nice,
So
nice.
true.
That's dope. That's
you
dope.
know what I mean? So
Nice.
I still do that. So when people need help, they have tax issues, friends and family will refer them to me, but I don't advertise that, yes, I have my private practice because it's still in my mind that I need to just let this go so I can just focus on being a state attorney. But I do still help people when they come to me. I don't turn them away. So yeah, I still do it from time to time.
How many years of law do you have under your belt?
So this is my 13th year. I passed the bar in 2009. So
Nice.
July of 2009 will be 13 years.
Almost
Boop,
15.
boop, boop,
Wow.
boop.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
That's good. You
Up
still
to
have
that.
the love, the passion. This is your thing. This is my lane. Everything.
definitely. You know what I mean? Like I said, like my grandma can tell you, I was a lawyer from birth. You know what I
Mm.
mean? Like it was just ingrained in me, and anybody who knows me knows, like I will argue with you from now until the end of the earth, and it don't even matter how wrong I am. Sometimes I literally argue with you just for the fun of it. Like I will
Oh, she
know you're
wrong.
right,
Should be wrong.
but I'll never tell you. I'll never
Should be
tell you.
wrong.
I'll let
Still
you
arguing.
try to prove your case, and I'll just keep going. I'll know
Should
I'm
be
dead
wrong.
wrong, but I'll never tell you that. I'll
And
just keep
nobody
going.
Nobody never beat you up growing up, just for that.
Beat me up for that? No,
Yeah.
not for that. They'd always just be like, "Oh, that's just Kerriann." Sometimes they just give up, you know. I did have one person that I dated. I'm gonna say his name because his name is Rohan, right? We can know what I'm talking about. I literally broke up with him because he literally called me just to argue. So I broke up with him for that reason. And to this day, he can't believe that I broke up with him because he would argue with me. I said, yes, I literally broke up with you because, yes, I want to be a lawyer, but it's like sometimes it gets annoying for me, you know, that you just want to call me to see how good I am at arguing.
Me
You
want to
know,
argue every freaking
I
second.
don't want to argue with somebody I'm dating every single day. I will get annoyed with you. I will get
Sounds like
annoyed
a
with you.
Virgo.
No, he's Aquarius. He's an
Somebody's gonna.
Aquarius. Even in relationships now as an adult, you know, whenever someone throws out, "Oh, and you're a lawyer," it's like, what does my profession have to do with our relationship? Don't ever throw out, "Oh, and you're a lawyer." It's like, so you want to argue with me because I'm a lawyer, right? Not necessarily because you feel it's necessary, but you want to argue to see if I am good at what I do. And it's silly to me because it's like, you know what I mean? In a relationship, your arguments are totally different. They may not even be based on facts or evidence. You know, sometimes you argue just to argue, right? You know, or you're in your feelings or whatever the case may be. So, you know, sometimes even I don't want to argue. So, yeah, but I don't get beat up for that. I will say I did get in trouble for my mouth a lot, put it that way, because I was very outspoken. So, I'm going to share some stories with you. The first time was that I can remember at least was McDonald's. This time I was at Complex, right? And me and my friends,
McDonald's.
we used to go to McDonald's for lunch all the time. Sammy had a car, and so that was our little hangout spot, right? We would leave for lunchtime from Complex, and we would go to McDonald's in Lorraine, right, to get our lunch. We didn't eat the cafeteria food. You know, we're the cool girls, so we had to go get lunch, right? So I'm there in line, and this lady walks in with her son, and he's a little boy. I don't know why I would even say this out loud, but I'm looking at the little boy and I said, damn, his head is jacked up. Like he had patches. And I said it out loud. I was like, damn, his head is jacked up. This is the
Rude.
worst part. It's not even that I said that out loud. Then I said, his mom probably did it. When I turn
Rude.
around, who do I see? His mother's right there. She's like, she got a lot of nerve to be talking about my son's head. He has a condition. And I felt
Wow.
so I felt so bad. I was like, I said it out loud. The whole time I swear I said it in my head, but I said it out
That's
loud.
wild.
So stuff like that gets me in trouble. There was another time we were at McDonald's, and this was when we were in Ata, right? So we went to McDonald's. This was when we had Timeout. I don't know if you remember Timeout, the arcade that we had in
Yeah.
Sunshine Mall. So we used to hang out there after school. And so they sent me to go make everybody's order, right? And I did. I put in the order and everything. When it was time to get our food, she messed it up, right? So one of my
Mm.
friends made the comment like, "This isn't what I ordered," and I was like, "I said it. I didn't realize I said it, and I was still at the counter." So I said, well, I told her what the order was, and I said, she's probably deaf or some ish, right? And the woman's right there. And I said this out loud. And she looked at me and she was like, I am not deaf. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, I was so embarrassed. I'm like, man, she can hear me. I'm standing right here. But I do stuff like that all the time. Like the person I'm talking about will literally be like right there. And I'm thinking I'm either talking softly or I'm saying it in my head, but I said it out loud, you
Mm-mm.
know? So
Rudeness.
it's crazy. It's crazy.
Well, you better thank God for that because the wrong person would have probably jump over that counter after you, Mr. Jacob. And that lady that you talk about, her son, she had every right to Will Smith you, missing.
Yeah.
Mm-mm, mm-mm. I would say I've been in 3 fights in my lifetime that I can remember anyway. If you guys want to hear the stories, right? They were silly, very silly. So the first one was in our neighborhood. There was this kid, I won't say his name, but he would always pick on my little sister, right? And he would just do everything to the extreme, right? If we played kickball, he wanted to beam you hard. Dodgeball, he wanted to be the one to hit you hard. I mean, he was just that kid that always had to go to the extreme, right? So one day I'm sitting on the porch and I'm hanging out with his cousins and stuff. We're all just talking. And I don't know what made him do this, but he came and he just ruffled up my hair. And it's like,
That's funny.
what,
That's funny.
you know what I mean? What the heck? I mean,
Yes.
later on, he told me he had a crush on me. I'm just like, dude, like, that is not how you get a girl to like you, you know? So he ruffled up my hair, and I think that day I just had it with him. Like it was just that was just it. I was like, no, everything added on together. That was just it for me. You touched my hair, you messed it up. I mean, it took the time to curl my hair and stuff, and he messed it up. So no, we were scrapping. We were scrapping. Now the thing about me, when I get in fights, I fight smart. I don't fight dumb. Right. So I'm not gonna go toe to toe trying to box with him. No, because I think he would beat me if we did hand to hand combat, right? So what
Mhm.
I do, I pulled his shirt over his head, and then I put him in a headlock, and then I was punching him, right? So he can't get out. He can't get out. I'm not gonna fight you like this, and hope that I win. No, no. I'm gonna try to get you in a maneuver where you can't get out, so I can win. I'm not trying to lose no fight. So I fight smart. I don't fight dumb. If I feel like I'm gonna lose, I'm not gonna fight you. That's just me. I don't care. You
That's
can
Mhm.
the
call me a coward, whatever the case may be. Like there's been times I wanted to jump in and help her. I'm like, oh, everybody's around. I ain't jumping in. I'm just gonna separate the kids, right? Ain't nobody jumping me today. I'm just gonna separate the fight, right? So the second one was Arthur Richards. I did get in two fights at Arthur Richards, right? And they were dumb too. I have to tell you guys this story. This is how the fight happened. So I had a moment where my hair was turning red, right? I had went to a wedding. My aunt did my hair and she sprayed my hair with something and I started having like red edges. And my friends, they don't hold any punches. They're gonna tease you for any little thing. And they started teasing me. So I dyed my hair jet black. I never dyed my hair before. Didn't even know what color my hair was. It wasn't never black. My hair was always like dark brown. But I didn't know that at the time. I thought it was just black. So I went into the store, I got a jet black dye, and I dyed my hair. The next day I came to school. Sammy was the first one going, Kerriann, your hair looked like you dyed it with shoe polish. And you know how people are. Names stick. She said shoe polish, and that name stuck. So now everybody's calling me shoe polish. You know what I mean? So every time I'm walking around, somebody's like, shoe polish, shoe polish.
That's funny.
I could not stand it.
That's
I was
wild.
like, I
That's
had
a
to
crazy
laugh it
move.
off when my friends did it because it's your friends. You're not gonna take it as seriously. But this girl, she was somebody that owed me $1 one time, and I never really talked to her after that, right? So she came up to me. By the
run my
way,
money.
if you don't know this about me, always stay arm's length away because I'm not the type of person that likes to cuss. I don't cuss. I don't use profanity. I'm never gonna get into a verbal fight with you. It's not gonna happen, right? So she came up to me, came to my face like this, and she yelled out, "Shoe polish!" Who told her to do that? You don't come in my face like that. So I mushed her. I wasn't even trying to fight her. I mushed her. I just mushed her mouth like this. Like, don't come in my face, right? And yell anything in my face. Especially I don't even mess with you. Right. So I mushed her. I wasn't trying to fight her, and I walked away. But then she came and she pushed me in my back, and I was like, "Oh no!" So I turned around and I threw a punch, right? And then she started going like this, and I'm looking at her like, "How the heck do you fight somebody that's just going like this, going like this?" And so I did what any girl would naturally do. I just grabbed her hair. I just grabbed her hair. That's all I could do. And I was trying to tell her, chill out, chill out. Like I'm not trying to fight you. Chill out. Right. And that's all people saw. I remember people going, I thought she could fight. She's here pulling the girl's hair, but she's going like this. What do you want me to do? Come in and try to do something with somebody going like this? No. So I just grabbed her hair and I was telling her just chill out, chill out. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like a fight, but I consider it a fight because you know what I mean? It happened, right? It happened. So that's all I could do. That's really all I could do to get her to chill out. Some of her braids fell out and stuff. And I remember in the office, I was horrible. I picked one up and I was like, "Here's your hair." You know what I mean? But so that was number two. Number three, I can say his name now because I found out he had a crush on me too. So his name was Clint. I don't know if you guys remember Clint. I want to say he's Cordell. He's Cordell's brother, right? You guys know who Cordell is, right? Cordell and I forget what Cordell's older brother is, but his name was Clint and he lived west, right? He was friends with Jamal and Neg and them, so he knew who I was, right? So
You
this
said what's his
dude,
name? Clint?
Clint, I think his name was Clint. He's Cordell's brother. That's all I remember.
I use
Right?
babies, so I wouldn't know them people there.
I can't remember Cordell's older brother. You might know his older brother, but I can't remember his name right now. He played on Complex Team. I can't remember his name right now. It escapes me.
I
Maybe
know
it'll
you're
come back.
talking about.
You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yep. It'll come back later. So him, every time he saw me, he would call me manhead. Okay. Yes, when I dyed my hair and they started calling me shoe polish, this was the other dumb thing I did. And by the way, don't ever let anybody change you in this way. Okay. Love who you are and stick with that. So when I dyed my hair and they started calling me shoe polish, I went home and I just kept washing my hair, trying to get it to come lighter, kept washing it. Black girls' hair are not supposed to be washed that often. I was washing my hair every day, trying to get it to, you know what I mean, to get lighter. And so my hair kept falling out and I didn't even notice. Like my hair was getting shorter and shorter. I had a good length of hair, right? And it just kept getting shorter and shorter and shorter. I didn't have a man head, but it wasn't a lot of ponytail there. You know what I mean? So he would call
We had what did they call it?
it was
A
picky.
little,
Let's put it this way, it was picky, right? And I even got some stories
picky at the
about
back.
that too, right? So he would call me manhead, right? So one day we were giving out candies for Christmas, and we had this long candy cane that was filled with candy. So we were passing out candy, me and my friends, and so he just yelled out of the blue. He was like, "Manhead!" and he pushed me. So I turn around with the candy cane, the big long cane, and I hit him in the head. Like, you pushed me, so I hit you in the head with it, right? And he decided he wants to fight. So he, you know what I mean? He came and he pushed me again, and we was pushing each other, and and then we went at it, and I think he beat me in that one because he ended up putting me in a headlock. I couldn't get him. He was so tall, so I couldn't reach. I couldn't reach him. I remember when he put me in a headlock, I poked him in the eyes, and then Paris came and separated us. We had work detail, and I was just like, "See what you did?" You know what I mean? You caused this. You caused it.
Now you
I
get
was
we,
just
now you
passing
get
out.
we are doing
I was
what?
just passing out candy. That's it. That's all I wanted to do was spread some Christmas cheer. And he started this fight for no reason. You know what I mean? And I remember when we were in the office, the principal said, what happened? What started the fight? I said, he called me a man head and then he pushed me. And she looked at me and she goes, but she doesn't have a man head. She has hair on her head. She has a full head of hair. I said, exactly. It's just short, but I have a full head of hair. You know what I mean? So yeah, that was the third fight, and I hadn't been in a fight after that till Liberty, right? When I fought that guy in the car,
I got two questions. I got two viewers' questions. One
Uh-huh.
is who is the same person? Who the one that yelled shoe polish to you in your face? If you remember the name, that was and then the other one is what year was this?
I remember the name, but I'm not gonna say the name. I'm not gonna do that. But it
Say it.
was it was 1997 or 98 when that happened. Yeah, but I'm not gonna say her name. I'm not trying to stir up old stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I remember her name.
Joey.
Trust me, I remember her name, but I'm not gonna say her name.
So two things I learned from this interview. Number one, don't borrow no books from you, and don't borrow no dollar from you.
Or
No,
Kashi
if
no
you
name.
borrow, pay it back, and we good.
We got it. Okay, don't
You know what I mean?
borrow anything from you and take too long to pay you back, or sell it. Sell the
Exactly.
books.
If you borrow means you're gonna return. So if you borrow, then return. You know what I mean? And the other part was arm's length. Don't ever
Yeah.
come up in my face and say nothing. We gonna have
That's a
problems.
me. That's a me too. That's a me too
Oh,
thing. Don't come in my
by
face.
the way, let me tell you guys this one.
Wait.
So
You
where we?
you said you only had 3 fights. You got fourth one now?
I didn't get
Wait,
into a
wait,
fight.
wait.
I didn't get into a fight.
Pull
Go ahead,
up.
Mumba.
No, go ahead. One more story and then we get to the quick hitters.
Okay, cool. So this one, Miller, I don't know if Miller is watching, right? So me, Sammy, Karina, and Booty, we were all in this clique, right? And we used to call ourselves the bad girl crew. But we were bad, good girls. So people didn't expect that we would be doing anything that I'm about to tell you we did, right? So there was this girl. She had a crush on Bone. I don't know if you guys remember Bone. Bone was on Complex Team. And at the time, Bone had a crush on Karina, right? So the girl swear that Bone was talking to Karina, but Karina never wanted Bone, right? So apparently this girl was going around talking about Karina and talking trash, right? So we were like, oh no. And I think we were either junior or seniors at the time. We were like, oh hell no, she ain't about to go talk about my girl like that. You know what I mean? So no, we met her up in the locker room. All of us, me, Karina, Booty, and Sammy. We surround her, right? And we was just questioning her. Karina took the lead because this was Karina's name she running around with, right? So Karina questioning her, like I hear you talking about me, blah blah blah. And the girl, you could see she was scared. You got 4 basketball girls surrounding you, and you know they already think that, you know what I mean, we bad like that. So she was scared. It was obvious she was scared, and Karina was just all in her face, right?
This is funny.
So the girl know after we were done, Karina was like, just keep my name out your mouth. By the way, Karina is a Saji like me. So we ain't gonna be doing a whole lot of this. If you pass your place, it's gonna be a fight. But fortunately, Karina kept her cool then, right? So she just let her know, keep my name out your mouth, right? And I told her, yep, you keep her name out your mouth, we good. But the next time we hear something, ain't gonna be no talking. We coming for you. Ain't gonna be no talking. Told her just like that. We ain't gonna be talking in this locker room. We're gonna be scrapping. So that was the last we hear that this girl was talking about Karina. But somebody told Miller that there was some girls who hem up a girl in the locker room. Now Miller, he know us to be the good girls. So Miller would never suspect it was us. You know what I mean? So I think somebody had tell Miller it was us. And Miller was like, nah, it can't be my girls. No, sir, it can't be my girls. So to this day, Miller probably didn't know it was truly us, and we never confessed. But we did hem up. Miller, I confess,
He gonna know
watching.
no.
We did
He gonna know
we did hem she up in the locker room. But we didn't fight her or anything. We just let you know, like, don't be talking about Karina at all. Okay, keep her name out your mouth. Yeah. So that's the last gangster story I'm gonna tell for today. Okay.
What? I think I's the gangster. Wrong one.
This is shocking. This is shocking.
See Mumba?
This is shocking for real.
Hey, we were the bad girls crew. We had to represent. You know what I mean? We didn't get our name for no reason. But we were the good bad girls. Like nobody would suspect that we did that.
Did I ever get suspended?
No, nobody. Like I said, nobody knew that.
Then you can't you can't use the name bad girls if you never get suspended.
No, you have to specify. See, real bad people don't get caught.
Don't get caught. They don't get caught.
Don't get caught. You do stuff and you get away with it. That's what makes you bad. If you do bad stuff and you get caught, you ain't bad. You stupid. Let's be real.
So you got caught.
We talk about complex. We talk about school. That's what we talk about. We talk about
life in school. It's still the same. If you get caught, you're not bad. You're bad at being bad, so you shouldn't.
You're bad at being bad.
We agree with that one there.
Yeah, Miller, I apologize that we didn't confess. Guys, I believe Miller is watching. So if Miller's watching, I apologize. We should have confessed, but we didn't touch her. We just made some threats.
So I'm gonna get to some of these quick hitters question here. One is just 3 words to describe your childhood.
Ooh, good question, Mumba.
Thank
3
you.
words to describe my childhood. Yeah. I would say tough.
definitely tough. Like I said, we had humble beginnings, and we had to learn to do a lot with very little. I would say humbling. Um, and what else would I say? I would say trying to think of a word that means learning. Maybe I should just educational, I would say. Definitely learned a lot from the things that we experienced.
Three words to describe your college journey.
Whew. Oh my goodness. Let's see. I want to say it was smooth in the sense of my academics. I really didn't struggle academically, so I would say smooth. Um, I would say eye opening because it definitely opened my eyes to a lot of things that I was oblivious to, like keep the company that you keep and the people that you let in your circle. Got to definitely be careful with that. And what else would I say? I'd say fun. I think the most fun I've had education wise would be in my undergrad. Like I did have a lot of fun at Liberty University despite everything that I went through.
Three words to describe the life of a lawyer.
The life of a lawyer. Whew.
Yeah,
Well,
three words.
I would say every lawyer's life is different. So I can
Yeah,
describe my life
yeah. Your
as a
life,
lawyer.
life.
Okay, okay. I don't
Three
want to
words to
generalize.
describe. Three words to describe your life as a lawyer.
Okay, so one is busy. I am definitely always busy. There's always something going on, always something to do. So definitely busy. Challenging. The law is always changing. So you're always learning new things and having to rise to, some new challenge that you're going to face. And I would say rewarding. I really enjoy my profession because for me, I actually get to do what I love doing most, which is helping people, right? My experience is not the combative type where I'm always adversarial with people. I actually do things that are beneficial both to the state, and to people personally. So definitely rewarding.
Five dinner guests, dead or alive.
Ooh.
5 dinner guests that are
Yeah,
alive.
5 years. Yeah, dead or alive.
I would say my dad's father, so my paternal grandfather, if I could meet him, because he passed away when my dad was 2 months old, so we never met him. And my grandmother remarried into the lakes, and that's how I ended up being related to the lakes. But we're shepherds, you know what I mean? So I would have loved to have met him just to learn more about him. I've heard only a few things, like most people don't talk about him very much. Um, I would have loved to have met Johnny Cochran. He was legendary, especially here in California. After watching that OJ Simpson trial, he was someone that I really, really wanted to meet. Um, who else? Shamar Moore. I have to throw that out there. You know, I had a crush on Shamar Moore since I was 7 years old. Okay, I never met the guy in person, but I moved to California hoping one day
You
I'm gonna run into him on a flight. I ran
gotta
into
go to
like
LA,
Brian
sis.
McKnight and stuff, but
You
I
gotta go to
never
LA.
run into him. So
In LA.
I gotta say Shamar Moore for sure. Felicia Rashad, I would love to meet her. Like I said, she was my inspiration for wanting to even pursue being a lawyer. So it would be nice to meet her in person. And then one more. Um, Let me see. One more dinner guest. Who would I put there? I would say Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant. I would have loved to have met Kobe Bryant before he passed. Just phenomenal basketball player. He's my favorite basketball player. And we did get to see him play in person right here in Sacramento at the Golden One Center. So that was really good that we saw him before he passed away. But I would have loved to have met him too. Yeah.
Act, actor to play your life story in a movie.
Now that's easy. I would give it to Felicia Rashad. I think she already has the persona. I think we have a lot of similarities. It's either her or Sanaa Lathan because I do, back in the day they did say we kind of look alike back in the day. I don't know about now, but Sanaa Lathan or Felicia
I
Rashad.
don't know about no. Okay, I got
Yeah.
two more. I got two more quick hitters for you. What's your ultimate goal in your profession?
My ultimate goal, I would say, is to maybe become, a superior court judge. And if that advances to a Supreme Court judge like Ketanji Jackson, that would be nice. You know what I mean? Shout out to her. She may be the first Black Supreme Court judge. So that's my ultimate goal, is to be a judge. I did have the opportunity, and I didn't mention this, in the division where I work, we have administrative law judges. And I did get offered the position twice to be an administrative law judge, but at that time it was in San Francisco, and
Mm.
the judges had to work out of San Francisco. And the same time that I got offered that position, I was offered by the legal division to work out of Sacramento. So it would have meant that I wouldn't have to commute anymore every day to San Francisco, right? So I had to choose: do I want to be back in Sacramento full time, or do I want to become a judge and work out of San Francisco? And I chose not to. I chose to stay in the legal division and be in Sacramento where I don't have to commute anymore. And I did have there was someone who wanted to appoint me as a superior court judge. They had encouraged me to go out for that, but it was in San Francisco again, and I was just like, I don't want
Never
the
end.
appointment. I don't want the appointment. I don't want to be a superior court judge in San Francisco. If something opens up in Sacramento, I'll take it, but I don't want to work in San Francisco anymore. You know what I mean? I'll commute there and back, but
Never
on
end.
a limited basis. Yeah.
Last quick hitter. So, where did your mom found the jersey you blame Alrika for
You
taking?
understand? Yeah,
You know what?
yeah, yeah.
I want to say she found it in the closet, but if you've ever seen how our closets were back then, we had so much stuff in that closet. It looked more like a storage room, honestly. Like you could have suitcases filled with stuff, and my jerseys were usually hung up on a clothes hanger, and but there could be clothes for me and my sister because we shared a room. So they were all like intertwined, and you really had to dig through stuff to find stuff. And but she said she found it in the closet. I searched the closet high and low, and I couldn't find it, but she found it in there. So yeah.
Maybe Alrika didn't take it, but maybe she hid it.
Why would I do that,
They're
Pang?
still trying to blame Alrika. They're still
Maybe
trying to blame
right?
you.
Maybe she wore it and then she hid it because she didn't want me to know she had it on. You know, who knows?
Possible. It's
Who
a
knows?
possibility. It's a
But
possibility. It's a possibility.
there is one more thing we didn't talk about that we need to. CBA, right?
We're gonna
I'm
talk about CB. We gonna touch on CB another time. We definitely gonna talk about that. So we definitely gonna bring you back on so we could definitely touch on CBA. And that's gonna be like the main focus because that's something very
cool.
very important that the publics need to hear. So we definitely gonna have you back on to really really dive deep into it and stuff.
Tell Pang
You
to
know,
wake up,
so
man. Pang, I am not that
so
boring.
so hopefully
This chair is so comfortable. I need to be
so
on a. Go ahead, Mumba. Sorry.
Sorry,
so
Mumba.
so hopefully we could get the some of the members from the CBA to join you as well too to kind of touch on it and stuff.
That
Can they
would be
definitely
nice.
play? Can they definitely play an important role? With the CBA. So we definitely gotta happen. So
Yeah.
we definitely do
Awesome.
that. Yeah.
Man, Erica, Kerriann.
You sound like my parents. They do the same
That
thing.
happens all the time. They mix us up. Yeah.
Erica. I'm like, man, mommy is me.
She's the one
not,
that named us, and she the one that mixes it up
no, she
all
just
the
call
time.
us
That's
all the time.
parents for you.
Oh
I
my
don't mix
gosh.
up my kids' name all the time too. So that's parents for you.
So
Yeesh.
I got before we leave, I got a question for the panel. You know, we could spend like a good 15 minutes to discuss this if you guys want to. And we have a perfect person up here. We have a lawyer, right?
Mhm.
What is the reaction for the because Punk mentioned it earlier, the Will Smith and Chris Rock. You know,
Ah,
so you being a lawyer, you know, what was going through your mind or whoever wants to kind of start it off. Go spend like 15 minutes on it to hear.
I could go first. So
Okay.
at first when I saw it, it was funny as hell. And then I was shocked and I thought it was like scripted. But then after he like, keep my wife and he starts saying what he's saying, I'm like, and you look at Lapita who was sitting behind you, you look like, wait a minute.
Lupita Nyong'o.
Yeah, wait a minute, this is real. So I just thought it was funny. But then the next day when I start to like care more and more about it, like and I start giving my own personal thoughts about it, Will Smith was dead wrong, man. Dead wrong for doing that. Because I felt like he's a comedian and they do this at these shows all the time, regardless of if he do a joke on your wife every year. I mean, you guys put all your business out there and leave it open.
Constantly.
Yeah, and leave it
Constantly.
open for it. You know what I'm saying? So regardless of if he do a joke on you every year, it don't call for you to go up and slap him. And
Yeah.
number two, are you in the same
Industry, the same
yeah,
field, in the entertainment.
are they in the same entertainment business? There is so much blogs, so much people make joke about Jada Pinkett and her entanglement and all kind of stuff that she did. Like people that talk bad about her. Honestly, I'm sure Will Smith, if you see some of these people that talk about your wife in the street, you won't do that. But you take it out on Chris Rock. I didn't think that was cool. I took a total 360 or 180, whatever, and just turn on Will Smith, man. I thought he was completely wrong. I don't agree with that there, and
I
he deserves
I
to give Chris Rock a fair one.
right. I when I first saw it, I was like, oh man, that man, they do this as a little script, man. Like they acting, man. Like this is fake. I was like, no man, ain't nowhere in the heck Will Smith will just go up there and smack dude just like that for him making funny wife. Everybody to make fun of she. I thought it was a
Right,
funny joke. I was like, the man said, yeah, the next G.I. Jane movie or whatever. I thought it was funny.
right.
I was like, okay, that's a funny joke. But if I was Will Smith, I would have, after the show, I'd have been like, hey, pull dude to the side and be like, look, keep my wife name out your mouth. Don't like come to your mouth again, or else we're going to have a problem next
Right,
time.
right.
But you don't go up on stage and be like, yo, let me just embarrass the man in front of millions and millions and millions of people watching. That's crazy. I didn't watch it live. I watched like clips the next day while everybody was posting it. It was on Instagram, it was on Twitter, it was everywhere. And I was just like, that really happened? No, man, that gotta be fake. This ain't real. It can't be. Like, Will
Mm-mm.
Smith don't just be knocking people and boxing people down. Like,
Right, right.
what going on here? But then once I see the clips and everything, and I like, no, man, this man was pissed off. He a little
Yeah.
vexed.
It
Like,
leave it open to wonder what's going on with him. Honestly,
yeah. It
that
was like,
because that has shocked Chris Rock. Chris Rock was like, "Man, Will Smith just slapped the ish out of me."
out of me. Like, he was like,
Yeah,
what's
he
the
was
word?
shocked.
Muffled. He was shocked.
He was
Yeah.
shocked.
He was
I,
shocked.
I just thought that whole thing was bad.
Yeah, it was bad. It was like, Will, like you could have handled it a little better. I can't tell nobody how to handle nothing, but I'm
True.
pretty sure he could have handled it a little better. A little better.
Yeah,
A
I
little
feel
better
so
would have
too.
been like, let me talk after and let me tell you how I feel. Let me tell you how my wife feel. And if her name runs through your mouth again, then we're gonna have a problem.
Yeah, because I warned you.
I want you. I
Yeah,
want you
I
this
agree.
time.
I agree. But
If
like you
yeah,
like you said, it had to think like that in real time. So
That's what I'm saying. You can't really tell him how to react. Like it's like if he feel a certain way at that moment, then he gonna react however he react. You can't really tell him how to react. But I don't know. That was crazy.
it was.
I was dying. I thought that ish was hilarious.
Yeah. Okay,
Ooh, that's funny.
here's my opinion on it. First of all, he lucky Chris Rock didn't charge him with assault and battery. He's very lucky because that's what it was. You touch somebody physically, they can press charges, right? So Chris Rock could have pressed charges on him if he really wanted to. You know, I said kudos to Chris Rock because he handled it really well. He could have made it an altercation, right? Somebody just came up to you and slapped you for doing your job. He's a comedian. He's doing his job. It's like Will Smith, you're a comedian. How many people have you made fun of for P6, right? Now, because it's your wife,
That's
like I
true.
get it. She's dealing with alopecia, and alopecia is a sensitive issue. I mentioned I got into a fight because somebody called me shoe polish. You know what I mean? So I could only imagine having alopecia and dealing with hair loss, especially her. Like she's had long, beautiful hair. You know what I mean? So going through something like that, I can understand there's an emotional component that she's dealing with. And maybe Will Smith knew that, right? He knew that for her, it's a sensitive topic. And yes, Chris Rock crossed the line. But
Okay, right there. How did he cross the only way he crossed the line is
Yeah,
if he knew.
Let we hear. Let we go. I want to hear. Let me hear when she explained.
I'm getting there.
And then we go.
I know he claimed that he did not know. But to me, you have to live under a rock to not know. Literally, pun intended, right? Chris Rock. He has to live on a rock to not know because she has the Red Table Talk where she's talked about her journey with alopecia. She's been very vocal. It's in the media. She's been very vocal about her struggle with alopecia. So for you to not know, like you had to have been living under a rock,
I
right?
live on that rock because I didn't know
You
until
didn't know
this
either?
happened.
Well, you too. But I knew she was struggling with alopecia, and I don't even watch
I
the
knew.
media like that.
I didn't
I
know
knew.
either.
I watched one episode of a Red Table Talk, and that's the one with Jordan Woods. That's the only episode I've ever watched.
Dang.
See?
She got heap of seasons. She
Yeah,
got heap of
she's
episodes.
been on for a long time,
For a
and
few years now. What I say
she's,
about that thing?
you know, she's been vocal about it. But even if, right, even if anytime you talk about a woman's hair, a black woman especially, you got to be careful. You really do have to be careful because you just don't know. I remember growing up, one of the things people would always go is if they see a black girl with long hair, is that her hair? Like black girls can't have long hair? Like, why do you always need to ask this question? You're not asking Becky if that's her hair. Why every time a black girl show up with long hair, you want to know if it's weave or if it's real? And mind you, black girls do this too. Because there were girls on Complex Team, whenever I used to wear my braids down, they used to be like, is that Kerriann's hair? Like, why the hell does it matter? We're here to play basketball. Why are you worrying about my hair? You know what I mean? If it is or it isn't, does it look nice? That's all that matters, right? But girls would do that. It's like, you know what I mean? So black girls' hair could be a sensitive topic. So anytime you want to talk about a black woman's hair, use caution. And Chris Rock knows this. He has a
Yes.
show. He has
He has a
what's
movie.
his documentary
movie?
called?
A movie?
Right?
movie.
Well,
Good hair.
He
Good
knows
hair or something like
this.
that.
Wait. So let me. Wait. He didn't make fun of her.
Right.
That's the thing.
Technically, he did,
No,
but
he did.
He
That's
technically
why,
did in a
that's
in a
why he
roundabout
said
way.
G.I. Jane because her head was
Yeah.
bald.
Her hair is short.
Remember,
G.I. Jane
but-
hair is
but
short.
he's
G.I.
not-
Jane.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know, but he's still not making fun of her hair.
Yes,
Right.
he is.
No, he's not.
no. I get what Mumba's saying. He ain't really making fun of her hair. Like he just referencing her look,
Her
like
look.
her
Appearance.
appearance.
Yeah, he didn't say like he didn't mention hair. He didn't say anything to disrespect her.
Yes, it was,
it's-
though.
At the end of the day, that man is a comedian, and that's what they do, man.
That-
that's
Regardless.
I
If
agree with that.
you don't want to open yourself up to a joke, go sit in the back row.
They had no choice. He was getting an award.
Yeah,
They
Will
chose
Smith was
those
about to
seats.
get
No,
the
no,
They
yeah,
chose
I-
those seats for them.
But we got to we have to really be honest here, right? For real. How many years you've been watching the Oscars, Grammys, and all kind of stuff, and they always make fun of different people. That's
People
what
in
they
the
do.
That's
crowd.
what they
Yeah.
do. That's what
That's
they
what
do.
they do. When
That's
you
what they do.
notice when they have a comedian um,
Hosting.
displaying an award, you know,
Mhm.
they usually give them some time to, you know, tell their jokes and stuff like that. You know, but at the same time, he didn't make fun of her hair.
You don't
Yeah.
see it that way, but
No,
I,
no, no.
for
What
me,
We
no,
have
let
to.
me talk.
That's
For
we.
me, I see both sides, right? As an attorney, that's what I do. I don't pick sides. Like I'm not picking sides as who's right, who's wrong. Will Smith obviously wrong for hitting somebody, right? Totally uncalled for. But I'm not gonna completely excuse Chris Rock because he's trying to play like he was naive. Yes, he's doing his job.
Like he didn't know.
Absolutely. That's what comedians do. They make jokes. Absolutely. But I'm not going to excuse him because number one, he knows black women and hair is a sensitive topic. He did
But
a
we again,
wait,
but I had
he did
no.
a
Karen,
documentary. Wait,
Karen, hear
he
me.
did a documentary on it. He did a documentary on it. He didn't
I
expect that outcome. Obviously not, right? Because he's doing his job.
carry
He
on,
didn't expect
carry
the
on.
outcome.
Hey,
But I do
Mama, you
think
gotta remember, even
I
when she rang, you will
She gonna
never
keep.
know.
No,
But
yeah,
yeah.
I and this is the thing. Like I ain't trying to
go
prove you
ahead.
wrong because
Go ahead.
nobody's right or wrong in this. What I'm
Right,
trying
right.
to this is what I'm trying to tell you, Kerriann.
I
We are putting something we're attaching something to Chris Rock that's actually not true.
yeah, he never
He
said
didn't
nothing
make
about her hair.
yeah, he didn't make fun about her here. That's the problem. We are actually putting something on him that he never did. He just never did that.
And
That's
then
what I'm saying.
and
But
then
that's what I don't agree with.
I honestly, you could only say something to him regarding it is if he knew that she had this disease. And then if he knew that, then he dissolved. I wouldn't say he dissolved what he got, but I don't feel sorry for him. I do feel sorry for him because if he didn't know, he's a comedian. This is what they do, and they do make jokes about whatever, carry on,
Mhm.
whatever it's here, whether it's
Yeah.
he's a comedian. That's what he does. It don't matter if it's a black woman here, white woman here, whatever the case may be.
He
The bottom line is he is a comedian, and this is what they do. So I would only not feel sorry for him if he knew about her disease and the reason why she got the low haircut because she did have and another thing, there was years she went with a low haircut when it was like a style.
But this ain't a
Yeah,
low
she was.
haircut. This is bald.
Yeah, she was going like
She's
bald. I think.
So
bald.
she ain't got no hair on her head.
She ain't got no hair on her head. And that's
yeah,
why I
but
told you. That's why he's making fun of her hair. Because if you know the movie G.I. Jane, G.I. Jane cut off all her hair. That's why she was G.I. Jane.
But
That's the persona
you could
of G.I.
only
Jane.
but you could
It's the
only
hair.
crucify him. You could only crucify him if he knew that she had a disease. That's the only way you could crucify
I'm
him.
not crucifying him. I'm not crucifying him. Like I said, he claims that Mumba, you're on mute.
my
He
bad,
claims
sorry.
that he claims that he didn't know, right? He claims that he didn't know. I'm not buying it. That's what I'm telling you.
And
This
say
is
that's
but
He could
your
this is
say
the
he could
that's
say that.
your
Hey, I have people that come to court and deny, and then later on the evidence comes out and they lying straight to your face.
yeah,
I'm not
but
gonna excuse him.
this is
I'm
this
not.
is this
I'm
is
not gonna
this is
excuse
the
him.
this is but this is the problem with the situation. The problem with the situation is this. Somebody looks like somebody, right? So he makes a joke about her looking like a character. He
exactly.
didn't make that, and that's where
That's it.
and that's where, and honestly, this is the problem with the media, and this is the problem with people is the fact that he made a joke about how she looked like someone. He didn't make a
Right.
joke about her hair, saying like, ah ha ha, ah you lost your hair, or you look
I
funny
get
because
that.
your hair. He
Right.
didn't. He
I
just
get that.
made. He
I get
is the
that.
same. Is the same thing when you look at the award show and somebody might be wearing a dress that's hot pink, and they might make a joke referencing the color of the dress to something like a metaphor. A lot of times, a lot of those jokes is metaphors because
Right.
how they're dressed and stuff like that. He wasn't like disrespecting her or anything like that.
And
And
he even tried to say that when he saw her facial expression, he's like, "Come on, that was
He was
that."
like,
Yeah,
this is
like
a joke about
yeah,
G.I. Jane.
But that's the problem, guys, is that your ignorance does not excuse how a
oh my
person
God, no, the
no,
man
is.
gotta be
Wait,
ignorant.
just wait. Ignorance is not knowing, right? So he claimed he didn't know. He claims he didn't know. He was making fun of her looking like G.I. Jane. Absolutely. But we all know in G.I. Jane, she cut off all her hair and she was bald. That's
no,
why
but
he made the connection. Hold on. That's why he made the connection. She wasn't out there in no military outfit. So what would make him say she looked like G.I. Jane? It's
So let
her
me ask-
hair and
because
she was bald. That's
it's,
why.
it's the same thing. I'm gonna get to you. Let me go ahead, Pan. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
So the woman them in Black Panther, let's say one of them has sitting in the audience and he had make that joke there about one of the woman them and they have no disease tied to them. Would it be a problem?
If they don't have a disease, then no,
Right.
they don't take it personally.
But that's
But
what
again,
I'm saying. That's the
for
only
her-
She took it
way.
personal.
But that's the
She took it
problem,
personal.
though,
though.
Pang. That's the problem.
The
For
She took it
her,
personal.
it's personal because
It's
she's
personal
dealing
for
with
her.
an issue. It's
No,
like,
no,
It
okay,
triggered- it
for
triggered
example,
her.
Wait. Hold up.
Let me give you an
Sorry to
example.
interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. I got to interrupt you with this one.
Go ahead.
Did she come out and say the reason why she was upset is because he's making fun about her hair? Did Jada Pinkett say anything?
Nothing.
I didn't
because-
read her reaction.
No, hear me out.
But-
Hear me out. I don't want to make this into a debate, but
It's fine.
You're
Hey,
sick.
that's what we do.
no.
Go ahead.
It is a debate, but go
It
ahead.
is a debate.
No,
Go ahead.
because
It's
no,
fine.
it's
Yeah.
no. Oh my God.
Friendly debate.
It's good, Mumba.
What
Go
I'm,
ahead.
this is what's confusing me is because what you're saying is not what's actually happening.
Happening,
She
yeah,
never-
that's what I'm
She
saying.
didn't say anything about he's making fun of my hair. I felt a way because he made fun about my hair. He didn't. She didn't. First of all, again, he didn't make fun about her hair. He made fun that she looked like a character that's bald because she is bald.
Right.
That's it. We have to keep that in context. We can't start assuming. We can't start putting something in the story. We can't start saying, well, she feels a way. We don't know how she feels because she has not said anything.
We know how she feels because of the reaction she made.
Right.
No,
and this too. Hold on. Let me say this real quick. With a husband and a wife, they have conversations, right?
We are assuming again.
No, we're not assuming. We're not assuming. He knows.
Oh, how are we not assuming?
We are
How
not
we
in
not
their
assuming?
lives. We can't. We're not in their lives. We can't say that.
Will Smith knows what his wife is going through, and we're not gonna act like we don't know that Will Smith doesn't know.
But where did that come from? Where did it come from?
He knows
his reaction.
Where did it? His reaction. So there's speculation. Some people are saying, 4 years ago, Chris Rock make a joke about, and they had a problem then, and now he came back again and did it this year. That's why Will Smith. Nobody knows. We don't know because, like Mama just said, what's her name? Never said anything. All Will Smith said is keep my wife's name out your mouth, and that could be because Chris Rock made a joke about her 4 years ago. They had a problem about it. They address it to him. They went to him with it, and now here he go again making a joke. That could be the reason. How do we know? How do we know it had something to do with her hair?
And Kerriann, I'm gonna let you go real quick. I'm gonna just say this because Terry just asked the question, and it's the same thing. When Chris Rock first made the joke, Will Smith laughed.
He did. He sure did.
That was his first reaction.
Sure did.
He laughed. That was his first reaction.
He sure did.
He laughed.
It's when he looked at her.
He saw his reaction.
And that's what I'm telling you.
Okay,
he obviously knows
her reaction.
No,
okay.
he knows
something,
that
but what it is.
His wife.
No,
he
I
knows
know, but
something, but what it is,
no,
we would never know.
The joke was she is looking like the G.I. Jane, right? The character.
But why? Why does she look like G.I. Jane? Don't overlook it. Why? Answer the why.
You're not giving me a chance to. You're not giving me a chance.
That was it.
You're not giving
it wasn't the same complexion. It wasn't that she looks like Demi Moore.
You're not giving me a chance. You're not giving me a
chance. You also contradicted. You also contradicting yourself because you're saying you're not picking sides, but you stuck on what you think it is.
I'm not picking sides. I'm letting you know I could see why Will Smith was upset because when he looked at his wife, yes, he might have thought it was funny. He's a comedian too. Will Smith laughed and joked too, so he knows. But when he looked at his wife and he saw there's hurt in her eyes, he understood this was personal for her. Yes, Chris Rock meant it as a joke, and I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying that at all. But I could understand why Jada would feel what she did. Just like when they were calling me shoe polish. I knew.
Kerriann, I'm going to mute you. I'm gonna have to mute you. I'm gonna have to mute you so we could
Honor. I'm sorry.
we could Kerriann. Will Smith laughed. He looked at his wife. When you looked at Jada Pinkett reaction, it's a difference between a look of hurt and a look of anger. She was angry. She wasn't hurt. You could look at her. She was upset. She was angry. We can't assume she was hurt. We don't know if she's upset because, like Pang said, last time when they was boycotting the Oscars, Chris Rock made a show saying, you can't boycott if you never was invited.
Yeah, that was a joke.
That's what he said. You don't know if she's upset with him because of that. But remember this. We all been a testament to this growing up. When we dress a certain way or we look a certain way or we cut our hair a certain way, somebody will say we look like somebody. Now, are they making fun of us because are they making fun of our hair or they making fun of because how we look?
Look, yeah.
Look at the character. That's all. That's what it was. It wasn't no, and that's what it was. So we can't assume and start saying, well, she was hurt, she was sad, and he making fun of her hair and stuff.
That's why I'm not buying.
We only gonna know. We only gonna know until she come out.
Exactly. That's it.
But we can talk about it though. If
we can talk about it,
we're wrong. But
yeah.
But here's the thing. I do not separate appearance from everything. Mumba wants to make that separation. That's where I don't agree with you, right?
No,
that's why I'm focusing on this so much because that part where you try to say, wait, let me finish. Y'all interrupting me. Now let me speak, okay? And then you can have your turn. This is how it works in court.
I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you.
When I'm finished,
but you can't talk all the time.
I'm not Kerriann, let me finish.
Kerriann, slow down, please. Please, slow down.
Go ahead.
Slow down. I'm not making it about her hair or not her hair. I'm making it about what was presented to me. What was presented to me was this.
Exactly.
What was presented to me was this. He made a joke about her looking at like a character. He never once mentioned hair in his joke. So I can't make it about hair if he didn't mention hair. Everything about hair is assumption that he was making. It's all assumption.
Right.
I'm going off of what he said.
But see, that's the problem. Hold on.
You remember those details we talked about?
Problem, right? Because again, G.I. Jane is known for being what? Bald, right?
Okay.
There's nothing. Hold on. There's nothing else on Jada that symbolizes G.I. Jane. She don't look like Demi Moore. They don't look alike. She wasn't dressed in military clothes. So yes, he's talking about a character, but the reason he identified her with the character is not because she was dressed like it. It was literally she's bald like that character. So again, because that was the main feature for her, she's bald. That's all she's gonna think about. Like, this man is calling me G.I. Jane because I'm bald. You see what I'm saying? Just like Clint was calling me manhead because I had very little hair.
Yeah,
like that's
is it because you're female? You feel what she's feeling?
I'm not feeling what she's feeling. What I'm
saying
is,
but how do you
I see it both ways. It's not just Will Smith is wrong. Chris Rock, he claims he didn't know, but I feel he knew, and it was personal. I feel he knew. I feel like he knew.
I don't know if he
claimed he didn't.
You can't.
I feel he knew, and it's okay. It's still his job, right? Even if he knew and he chose to make the joke.
To let us speak. You
gotta let me speak too. Y'all keep.
But you don't want to finish, man. Be quiet. You don't want to finish.
Let us speak. Again, the joke is about how she looked like someone. He's not making joke about it. Let me ask you a question. Did G.I. Jane have in the movie, did G.I. Jane suffer from a hair disease, losing hair?
No. Maybe so. Remember that movie like that?
Cut it off.
She cut it off, I think.
She cut it off to join the military.
Not yet. But was she suffering in the movie? Did she suffer from a disease that make her lose her hair to make her cut the hair?
That's irrelevant.
So. No, the other thing is that Jada was wearing a green dress. You gotta remember,
it wasn't an army colored dress. Like
what I'm saying is this. Is like you gotta, if you watch comedy shows and you listen to them make jokes and stuff like that, any little thing that will associate with the character, they will play off of it. That's what Chris Rock was doing. He wasn't It's like he's saying she did. You guys watch since you guys watch the Red Table, right?
Mhm.
What she posts pictures and she said, "What I'm embracing. I'm comfortable in my new hair. I love it. It gives me power. It gives me strength. Everything she have talked about it, she has said she like it.
I mean, she's embracing it. I don't know if she necessarily like it. She's only
But did she
embracing it. She
say?
has no choice.
But that's the thing. You know, I love about this conversation. Everything I've mentioned, and again, everything I've mentioned, I'm just going off of what she have said, what Chris Rock has said, right? Everything you guys come back with, mostly Kerriann and Alrika, what she just said, is assumptions.
Is what you feel. Yeah, that's what we're saying. That's all we're trying to say.
We can't do that.
You making a decision based off of what?
Let me put it this way. It's circumstantial evidence. I'm going to speak in legal terms now. It's circumstantial evidence. I'm not going to let him be naive or play the I don't know card, right? No, there's circumstantial evidence to show that he knew what he was doing. He did know what he was doing, right? He didn't just.
So you think
listen,
you really think that he knew about her disease and still make a joke about her? You really think that?
Yes, I do. Because for him, like you guys said, for him, he's a comedian. It's out there. She looks like G.I. Jane. It seemed like a funny joke. So I'm going to make the joke. And comedians don't think about how people feel about the joke. That's their job. If you're sitting in the front, you're fair game. They're going to make fun of you. And how you take it is how you take it. They don't care about that part. If it's funny to them, they're going to say it. And that's why I said, I'm not faulting Chris Rock for what he said. I just don't buy the argument that he didn't know. Right? And I'm not saying he needed to care either way because he's a comedian. They don't care about your feelings. If they did, they'd never make a joke about anybody, right? But that's just what they do. So I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying that him claiming he didn't know, I'm not buying. And Mumba
that's where
she's bald. It was because she's bald.
That's
you know what I mean? Yes, it's a character, but it was the baldness that brought G.I. Jane to the forefront.
That's where I had to mute her because I mean, come on, really. That's where honestly, this is where I'm just like, this is the problem with society.
Right.
I'm gonna be 100% honest. This is a major problem with society. Is when we like what Kerriann is saying about Chris Rock. He had to know. You can't say that about somebody. That's wrong. That's wrong.
Mumba.
The same. Let me just say it. That's the same thing, right? Where black people drive in and you get pulled over by the cops. They're assuming we got something in the car. That's racial profiling. That's racism. That's stereotyping. And that's the problem with society.
And like, that's what I said because I don't know.
Yeah,
that's what I said.
We can't do that.
If he knew, then I still don't say that he deserved a slap, but he ran for saying if he knew, he definitely is wrong. Whether he's a comedian or not, he definitely is wrong for making a joke like that. And she got disease. Also, you made a very good point that I never talked about before, Mumba. When you said, did you see her facial expression? It was not hurt. It looked like annoyance. She just annoyed because he probably like a knot on her. And she rolled her eyes like, man, I'm tired of this dude. And then look at Will. And that's when Will felt like he had to do something. I don't think that she was hurt. I don't think, you know what? You know why people saying what they're saying? Because the trollers, they start typing and tweeting and all these scenarios come. And now people like you, me, Kerriann, Alrika, now we seeing all these things. And now we, like you said, society, now we got our opinion and saying and agreeing with this person and agreeing with that person. Oh, that'll make sense. You know what I'm saying? Based on what happened and the evidence that you talk about, you saw, Kerriann. Lawyers have a way of twisting all kind of thing to win cases. So what you're saying don't mean nothing to us. But this lawyer stuff, you cannot do. You can't say.
That's why I need to come see you in court.
You can't. No, in court. Yes, you could do what you do to win a case because you're trying to win a case for a client. So yeah, that's fine. but you can't just say, I ain't buying that, because you don't have, and another thing I have to look win cases with is evidence. And you don't have no evidence that he knew. You don't have nothing. And you said the perfect thing. This is how I feel. And you're entitled to feel that way. But I just, my opinion, if he knew, then he rang. I would say he rang for saying that if he knew she had a disease. And if he didn't know, I feel bad for him, because
he deserved that slap.
yeah, he didn't deserve that. He definitely didn't deserve that. He didn't deserve
He
that.
didn't deserve the slap either way, right? Even if he knew, because he has freedom of speech, right? And he's a comedian. That's his job. He's made fun of plenty of people. She's not the first. She won't be the last.
Right.
Right? But all I'm saying is, and I am just saying this, I don't buy. Notice I said, I don't buy the claim that he didn't know. That's what I said.
Right.
I don't buy it. I said he would have to be living under a rock. And just knowing the history between them, he has been throwing jabs at this woman for quite some time. You're telling me he's never heard that she had alopecia? I doubt it. They're in the same circles. I'm pretty sure. Like I said, circumstantial evidence, right? I'm pretty sure that he had knowledge of this. Can I prove it? No, not yet. But one thing about evidence, it's there, and you can always dig for it, right?
Somebody will.
Will always come to light, and we'll find out one way or the other.
Somebody will.
Right? Assuming
this is crazy. This is outrageous right now. What I'm hearing is very outrageous. This is outrageous.
But it's the truth.
If Chris Rock, you just said the truth gonna come out. Chris Rock already said it's true. He said he didn't know. Why we just can't leave it like that?
Right. Like,
why we have to dig and say, no, you're lying. You're lying.
Deny. Because think about it. If you gonna look bad if you knew, what would your response be? You think I gonna go say I knew? No, because I have fans, and those fans are gonna look at me and think a certain way, especially because I put out a documentary on hair.
Did you believe me when I tell you I didn't know?
You know, huh?
Did you believe me when I tell you I didn't know?
I don't believe anything that come out your mouth.
Your sister said she didn't know.
I don't believe anything come out your mouth.
No, I knew about hair.
She knew about alopecia. She knew about alopecia. No, you said you didn't know.
I didn't know. Like, if you don't, you don't follow, like,
I don't follow Jada Pinkett.
Are we supposed to know everything that goes on, like, in society?
I would believe Moomba doesn't know, because Moomba doesn't really follow the media and all that stuff.
No, you can't. But you can't. No,
Pang, possibly true. You know, but Chris Rock, no. The circle they're in, it's highly unlikely. How many
times you see these entertainers go and do interviews, and they ask them about stuff, and they have no idea. You know, a lot of these entertainers, because their work is so strenuous, like when they're done making a movies, they don't go off and live wherever, you know, and like trying to get away from society, because it's hard for them to have like a normal living in the city. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of these people will just go off the grid. He possibly may have not known. I can't say that he knew or didn't know. I don't know.
It's possible.
I'll give you that. It's possible, but it's highly unlikely.
I'm gonna tell you, man, if this is the way how the wall is, brother, good luck to the future,
I agree with that, Mumba.
I'm gonna tell you one thing. Like, I don't even know what to say, man. All I'm gonna say is that somebody said somebody looked like the current, like G.I. Jane, and I really don't know how that's an insult. I still don't know. If anybody who was bald sitting up front, he would have made that same joke for anybody. I'm just baffled.
That's what I'm saying. It's only an insult if he knew, but we don't know if he knew. All we have is his word. All we have is his word, and he said he didn't know. But
let me ask you a question. What's the insult? I'm still trying to figure out what's the insult of somebody saying you look like G.I. Jane.
I would say, because I would agree with Kerriann on this. The G.I. Jane comment is based on her look of her bald head.
Yeah,
and a lot of people knew, based on the red table talk, a lot of people knew the reason why her hair is bald.
She has bald.
She has a disease.
No, I understand that. The part that I'm still trying to understand is this. Okay, she's bald, right?
Yeah.
Okay. if somebody is bald and you see a character on TV and they remind you of the character, you say, "Oh man, this person look like so and so."
But why in this particular case, why does it remind her of the character? Why does it remind him of the character?
Because she's bald, and if it's
Exactly.
anybody who was bald in that's why I just said, if anybody who was bald in that particular moment, their joke would have still be the same. So my question is this: what is he making fun of? Is he trying to say she's ugly?
No,
That's what I'm saying.
The difference is that's why I asked the question. The one of the women them that played in Black Panther, if they was the one sitting there and he had made that joke, would it have any relevance? No, but because it has relevance to what the point that she's making, or the way how everybody feels about the joke about her, is because she has a disease. So I do agree with that part, and that's what I said. If he knew, he ran. He shouldn't make a joke about because
but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, and that's what's kind of
perfect example. Perfect example. Should you have been slapped when you make that joke about that little boy, and you didn't know that he had a disease? Should you have been slapped?
Hold on, because I think we're going off on a tangent in the wrong direction. I never said he deserved to be slapped. First of all, I never said that.
But you didn't know. How can we prove that you didn't know he had a disease?
You're not listening.
How can we prove you didn't know that little boy had a disease?
Listen, it doesn't matter if I knew or didn't know. You're missing the point. The fact of the matter is that little boy, if he had a disease, whether I knew or not, I hurt his feelings. Because for me, it was a joke. I see his head and I made a comment. For him, it's personal because it's something he's dealing with. It's a disease that he's going through, right? So him and his mom know how my joke affected them. And that's what I'm saying. If Will and Jada are married, Will obviously knows what she's going through. Whether she was angry or hurt, it doesn't even matter. Because to me, Chris Rock is a comedian. That's his job. I'm never saying he's wrong for what he did. Even if he knew, the man is going to make a joke. That's just how he is. Right. And I feel like even if he knew, because of the history with him and Jada and Will, he was still going to make the joke. Because he don't care. He don't care if they're offended. He don't care. But the fact of the matter is,
the slap coming.
He didn't deserve the slap, but he did deserve some correction if he knew. He claimed he doesn't. And what I'm saying is, I don't buy that part that he didn't know.
The difference between Chris Rock and what Chris Rock said and what you said is, you said his head looked jacked up and you insulted him. Chris Rock said somebody looks like somebody. I never knew from since when somebody could say somebody looks like somebody. That's an insult. And even that, you know what it was? People was making excuses to give Will the justification of doing what he's doing. That's where that whole stuff came from. Here.
Yeah, that slap wasn't right. He shouldn't have did that.
That was not, it was just people making excuses, honestly. But really, truly,
somebody even said is in the comment that say Chris Rock is a joke or something like that, or some I didn't see the name. It just said Facebook user, but like we just like we don't know. Just like how we don't know what Will and Jada are going through, we don't know what Chris Rock is going through. We don't know. We just don't know. So like just like how you feel whatever you feel about Chris Rock, I feel like something like internally is going wrong with Will and his wife. But I don't know. Who's me to say anything about them? But because I really truly don't know what happened in between them. If people wasn't tweeting about she has alopecia, I would have been oblivion to that there.
Well, it's the same thing again. People are assuming something is going on between Will and his wife because what he did. That's what I'm saying. Everybody's assuming. What?
I'm not making
that. Why? If something is going on with his wife, if you're a man, right, and you've been in fights before, you won't walk up on national television and slap somebody, turn your back, and walk off the stage with a smirk on your face and fixing your coat like you.
It was just so weird.
If you
was just
walk
so
up to a
weird.
man
It was
and you
strange.
slap a man, your next reaction will be that he's going to hit you back. So you're gonna be
You
ready
better
to
duck.
fight.
Right.
Will Smith didn't do that. He walk up, boom, turn around and walk off, and then start yelling. If he had an issue, if something is going on, as according to people assuming something is going on in a relationship, why not say? And also with him being a former comedian, Will Smith, he already knows the rules with comedy and how it goes. They've been to many award shows. They attend it. Everybody makes fun of everybody. It's an unwritten rule in awards, MTV Awards, Grammys, everything. Comedians always do that. He's a comedian. He knows. Why not stand up and say, "Hey, Chris, that's enough"?
Yeah, this is
He
why I
could have.
think it's staged.
Could've.
The way how he walk
I
off.
did think it
I
was
still,
staged
I
at
still
first.
think it's
And
Yeah,
staged.
me too.
still
Me
have a
too.
I
feeling
still think it's staged.
Me too.
because
I
even the slap, right? When he did the slap, you saw how Chris Rock turned his face. It kind of looked like the how did it be in movies? Like it
right.
just made the sound, but
Waiting for it.
it didn't really have the force and effect that we think.
Yeah.
It did look staged. And then
Yeah.
typical fight, you walk up to me and you slap me, you better be ready for another one.
I
Yeah.
fight him back.
Right,
You slapping me on
right,
TV.
right.
I
How
walk
he
away.
know that Chris
He
Rock
did.
wasn't gonna fight back? Can he just walk off? Like I slap you and I big and bad and I walk
Yeah,
now.
I still think
Like
it was fake.
Yeah, I wouldn't
I
be surprised
feel
if they
like
come
it
out
was
and
I
say
wouldn't
it
be
was
fake,
fake.
surprised they come out
but
and
I
say, "Yo, we
can't
staged this
say with
whole thing."
certainty. Right, right.
That's my opinion.
Right.
Me personally, it's too strange for me to believe it's true.
Yeah.
Be surprised if they
That's
come
for
out
me.
and say, "Yo, this whole thing was fake."
I really, me personally, I think it's fake.
Yeah.
And that also goes along with what you said, Mumba. She just didn't look hurt by it. She maybe look annoyed more than anything, but she definitely didn't look hurt by her facial expression. And I think it was all planned. I think her facial expression was part of it. I think because Will was laughing. He was laughing.
But
He
Will
From
laughed.
is
the
a
beginning.
comedian,
At
though.
first.
You
He
can't.
laughed. He laughed all the way up to the stage. He laughed after he slapped him and went, and he got serious when he got back to his seat.
Let me ask you this, Pang. If
Mhm.
me and you walk in and I trip, you gonna laugh?
You talking about me, you know?
Yes, you, because you're a comedian. If me
But
and you walk in, no, because Will Smith is a comedian. If me and you walk in and I trip, you gonna laugh first or you gonna pick me up?
okay,
No,
I gonna laugh.
answer the question.
No, I gonna pick you up and then you okay?
No.
And then no, I gonna pick you up and ask you if you're okay first. I will do that. And then
I gonna laugh.
when I find out you're okay, we gonna make joke about it.
I
ain't buying
busting
it.
up laughing
I think
on the way to help you.
I think if you see it happen live and direct in front of you, you laughing first as you picking me up.
I
But,
busting
Nah,
out laughing.
nah,
Then
that
I gonna
doesn't
laugh.
mean, let me finish where I
The
was going with
process.
this. Whether you do or not, that doesn't mean that you ain't concerned about me being hurt. But in the moment, it was funny. You see what I'm saying? Will
Right.
Smith is a comedian. You crack a joke that was funny, I gonna laugh. But then when I look at her and I see that she hurt or angry or whatever the
I-
case, however you want to describe
I
it, I gonna
I
change
agree.
now because wait, I thought it was funny, yeah, but she didn't think so, and
I
she's
agree.
my wife.
I
So
agree with that.
I ain't gonna sit here and laugh the whole time. Hell no. No, I gotta change my tone because she's obviously not taking it as a joke. You see what I'm saying? So yes, he laughed, but that doesn't mean the joke wasn't funny. It was funny, but she
Okay.
didn't take it as funny. So he has
Okay.
to change his tone.
Okay. Based on everything you just said, just going off of what you just said, I agree. But you know why I disagree with this point? Earlier, you keep saying, I know he knows what his wife is going through. A man that know what his wife is going through ain't laughing at no joke to nothing. It wouldn't take him have to see his wife mad. It just wouldn't.
I can't
Right or
say
wrong?
that.
No,
No, I
you
can't say
assuming.
that because Will Smith is a comedian.
But no.
He likes to laugh. He likes to laugh.
But
Even
are
if
you
your
is the
wife
one?
is
Are
going
you
through
is the one that
something.
making the point that
No, but even
he
if your
knows
wife
what he
is
wife?
going through something, if it's a funny
Mumba,
joke,
Mumba, your
he
wife's
gonna
sick.
laugh. I'm sorry.
Your wife's sick, and somebody make a joke at her. You laughing?
She ain't sick. She has
No.
alopecia. There's a difference. Let's not
But
go too
he-
far.
but
Don't go
he-
too far. It's that
but-
one is
Yeah,
a
that's-
cosmetic.
Listen, but
It's
just
a
listen to
cosmetic disease.
listen.
It's
I don't
not
know what the
personal.
no. I don't know what alopecia is. What I'm
telling
saying
you.
is, what I'm saying is, you made the point. He knows what his wife is going through. That's the main thing. He knows what his wife is going through. If somebody knows what their wife is going through with something, and somebody make a joke specifically about that something, I'm not laughing to begin with. And that's why we are saying that we feel that it's fake. Like I don't. These are all the things. Is you the one that said this? You earlier. If he knew what his wife is going through, he ain't laughing for no It's just the look that she gave him. He know that he gonna probably gotta face something going before I go home, if anything. But it don't have nothing. I don't think it had anything to do with her alopecia or whatever. That's just my based on the evidence and the stuff that we saw, the appearance that you spoke about earlier. I don't think it had anything to do with that. Chris Rock make a joke. I don't know why she mad or whatever the case may be. She gave Will a look. Will look like know that he probably gonna gotta deal with something when he go home or whatever. Or this is my cue. Let me go up and handle my business. But we don't know.
My girl said, Jada said, my girl said, she gonna talk about this on Red Table Talk. So when that come out, we all gonna
hear we're gonna hear her side of the story. That's the only way we're gonna really know. But we're talking, we just talking from what we think.
And let me ask you a question. You're gonna automatically believe what Jada Smith said?
Nope. It depends on what she says.
And the reason why I say that, because they were trying to deny, she was trying to deny that she had a relationship with August Alsina before they make up this entanglement crap. She was trying to lie about it first.
So now you're going to her credibility. But Dwayne made a comment, right? And I agree with him. Mumba needs to be a lawyer. I told Mumba that before. Mumba to roll like that. You know what I mean?
You know what's so funny about this whole situation here? You're saying about he making fun of her hair, right? And everybody's saying how she was so hurt. Blah, blah, blah. Will Smith walking up and reacting, right? And you know what's so funny about the whole thing? Is that she hasn't said anything yet. And she said, I'm going to discuss it on my show. That's somebody who is really so hurt. That's my point. This wall is sad. Because
she did say something though. She did say she's all about healing.
Yeah, she said some shit like that.
The next day, she's all about this year she's dealing with something healing, and she's all
she
for
said something about healing. Yeah. About
healing about what? That's what I'm saying. What's so funny about this whole situation? All he did was say, "You look like G.I. Jane."
I do agree with you on this.
Look at all the assumptions and all of this and all of that, and this is what we have come to. You got people saying, you got girls saying, "Oh, that's a true man." All kind of stuff. like, you know what's so funny? Like, if you really sit down and meditate, people are going crazy and assuming and trying to make people the victim and stuff like that over people who have been running in the same circles for so many years, millionaires, billionaires. And you know what's so funny about this whole situation? Chris Rock has a comedy tour. And what's his name of his comedy tour?
What? Ego something. Ego death or something. So
yeah.
So think about this, right? Ego death. It takes somebody to kill your ego, right? It takes somebody like Chris Rock to get embarrassed on national TV to not retaliate or anything like that. That's death of an ego. Because if you have an ego and you have pride, you would have you
let nobody slap you. You let nobody slap you on TV.
So it's just so funny how everything is just lining up with each other and stuff like that.
Fake,
that's why I said it seems staged.
Because he said you look like G.I. Jane. That's it. That was all he said. He said nothing about hair, alopecia. He disrespect Will Smith. All he said a joke about G.I. Jane. Will laugh. Jada look angry. Will walk up and slap it, and that's it.
But that's why Mumba, because he knew, and that's what I say. I don't buy the argument that he didn't know. I think because he knew by mentioning her appearance, it was going to create buzz.
Yeah,
and that's why I think it's staged. They knew it was going to create all of this attention, right? By bringing up she looks like G.I. Jane, because most people, I would say, not everybody, most people know she has the alopecia issue. And I think they used it for their advantage because now it's free publicity. He got a tour coming up. Now you paying attention to Chris Rock where you might not have paid attention to Chris Rock if this didn't happen. You probably wouldn't even have known he had a tour coming up. You see what I'm saying? And then
I mean,
she
it
now
depends on-
using
you
this
know what-
saying she gonna talk about it on Table Talk. Now she has a topic that people gonna be tuning in for because everybody
watch.
wants to know why in the world was she upset. You check?
Mhm.
So it created now a way for all of them to eat. He got free publicity for his tour.
And
She
his
now
tour
have
went up
people
in
who
price.
tune into her
Bad.
show who probably never watched before just because of this incident. So yes,
Well-
I believe it's staged and it was staged for this purpose. So we could talk
So-
about it and spread the buzz.
So, what is so important for her to say? I really don't. I honestly really think about it. What's so important for her to say? What's she gonna
People
say?
nosy.
That's going to no.
People
What's
nosy.
she
That's
gonna
it.
say? That's you know what that's the problem.
People
That's the
nosy.
problem right there.
Let's be
No,
real.
no. Wait. Listen to what I'm saying. What information are you going to get from her? Think
Why
about
she
it.
was
How she was
upset?
feeling.
Why did Will feel the need to go up and defend her
How-
honor? All of that.
They
They
have so many times to make this story. And
Yeah.
whatever.
They go
They're
come up with
nosy.
all of that. It's
But
gonna
that's
be all
the
of that.
point. Is
And
they want
if-
you to tune in because it's gonna increase the viewership. Where
But
she
what
probably
is gonna do for me? That's what I'm trying to find. What's so important about it?
because you don't care, Mumba, but you
Mumba.
got nosy people.
No.
You do not care.
I'm not talking about me. Okay, you're gonna tune in. What's so important about that? That's what I'm asking.
I am not.
That's what
I'm not
asking.
tuning in. I can tell you, I've never seen an episode of Table Talk. I only know because it's been out there in the media. You know what I mean? Every time I turn on my computer, I get MSN and it'll have
I ain't
different
gonna lie.
things
I
pop
tuning
up.
in.
That's the only
I
reason.
tuning in. I watch.
Yeah.
The only reason I
I-
even knew about the incident is Pang told me. I wouldn't even have known because I don't watch the Academy Awards or whatever the case. He sent me a video,
The
told
next
me
day.
that Chris Rock slapped, that Will Smith slapped
On
Chris
social
Rock.
media.
If he didn't tell me, I
Everywhere.
would not have known because I don't watch TV like that and I'm not in social media like that. So I'm one of those people, Mumba. I will not be tuning in, but I'm gonna hear about it because it's either gonna be
It'll be
on
everywhere.
MSN when I turn on my computer and go on the internet. That probably gonna be the first headline, or one of my email that I get. BET might put something that says Jada finally comes out and talks about it. That's
Yep,
usually
all
how I
of that.
learn these things. Is some headline and I go, oh, and I just click on it. But I ain't watching no Table Talk to hear what she got to say. It doesn't matter to me because I think it's staged. But you know,
Yeah, I also ain't watching no Table Talk either. I've been not
I can watch it.
I've been
I know
not
you
watching
will.
Table Talk. The
I can
only
watch it.
reason I watched Table Talk because it was like one of their first episode that they like. I think they were like a few episodes in when they did the Jordan Woods, and you know it was all about Tristan Thompson, the ties to basketball, and you know that's the only reason I watched it. And I have not watched Table Talk after that again because I wanted to see the story about Tristan Thompson and if you know what happened between he and the girl or whatever.
see,
And we
nosy,
gonna watch.
I
nosy.
thought
We gonna
that was
watch 'cause we wanna
intriguing.
know.
I thought that was intriguing, but outside of that, I could give a rat's ass what
That's what
Jada
it is,
Pinkett
Mumba.
talking
Nosy
about.
people to watch her show. Nosy people.
I gonna watch.
I feel sorry for the world, man. I feel sorry for the future. I feel sorry for somebody like that people trying to turn to be the victim is the same people who just exploit people for ratings. The Tristan Thompson drama, the August Alsina drama,
Mhm.
all kind
All
of
of it.
stuff. She's a
All of
black woman. She's a black woman that's going through some hair loss stuff. Why not she bring people up to encourage people, bring girls and boys who suffering the same issue that she's suffering to talk about it and raise awareness and stuff like that. And you guys
Good
really
point.
use it, and you guys really gonna blame Chris Rock. You guys really gonna find excuses for Will and Jada? Come on, man. I feel sorry for the world, bro.
Mumba for Senate.
I feel sorry
Message.
for the world, man.
Message.
Hey,
No,
message. You
but-
know what
but-
it is? It's just evidence, and it's just evidence on everything that you see.
Right.
That's what it is.
I agree. I agree because
I
people
agree.
just
I agree
people
too.
are just jump to conclusion and come up with their own opinions and
It's-
everything. And then
it's dangerous. It's dangerous. Oh, go ahead, Pan. I'll let you finish.
And
I'll make my
we-
point.
we don't know. None of us know Will, none of us know Jada, none of us know Chris Rock. So
Chris
we
Rock.
have no idea what's going on in these people's head. We don't have no idea what these people are watching on TV. What did I watch on Facebook? If they even have Facebook, or whatever the case may be, we just don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. It's dangerous because it's. Go ahead.
How much time you don't hear these people say, somebody post something on their page? Oh, I don't post. They got somebody that post on their page.
Yeah,
like somebody
they got people
write,
that post for them.
Right, they don't pay people to like we don't know. We don't know what these people sitting down and watching and like,
But what is the key for them? Viewership. Their stock goes up the more followers they have in social media, all of that. It's all about viewership and ratings, right? So that's why I said I think it's staged because of everything and how it's lined up, like Mumba presented it. You know what I mean? Chris Rock got a tour coming out. She now saying she ain't gonna break her silence till you tune into her show. So they're all using it for their benefit. Like I wouldn't have known about Chris Rock's tour that coming up if this incident didn't happen. Think about it. How much of us would have even known? I ain't been following Chris Rock like that.
And that's a good point because I didn't know about his tour until Mumba just said, or Mumba just asked the question.
I didn't know about the tour until they mentioned it either. I was like, exactly. What tour? You going on tour?
Yeah. I just think is very dangerous. Reason being is very dangerous is because we're making assumptions on somebody, and it's the same thing that a lot of African American people go through. Is people make a lot of assumptions, and it's the same thing. And the assumptions that we're making is with two African American people. It's the same thing. That's the problem.
Well, that's just the problem. They put it out there, whether it was staged or really happened. These are two men who are in the public eye, and they.
Well, this is the thing. This is what I'm saying. Is like they did whatever they did, but it's the people that are making the assumptions.
That's what happens.
It's dangerous.
Your communications major, you know that. That's what they do.
It's
you right, but that's what they do. He right with that's dangerous because that's not how it should be. But you're right because
that's what they do.
When like you said, that's just what they do, and that's the problem is because the way how people behave and stuff like that. It warrants that, but we's the one that suffer the most out of everything.
Right.
And we's the one that always making the assumptions. So we always cry wolf when we the one that create the problem for ourselves.
Right. And another thing too, a lot of these people that we be talking and making these assumptions, they sitting down just getting, like you said, awareness, bringing attention to things. They getting richer. You know what I'm saying?
Richer.
I'm sure now that people know about Chris Rock tour, I'm sure people buying ticket just because of this.
His prices went up.
Yeah,
his prices went up.
And now that Jada announced that she's gonna talk on Red Table Talk, now all these people that was wondering, the nosy people that we talking about, going like Alrika, they're gonna tune in.
Okay, watch it.
Yeah,
I want.
You remember? Watch. Perfect example. You remember the Kim Kardashian and Ray J tape? Remember?
Oh, I watched that. I ain't no ifs, no ands, no doubt about it. I was watching that.
This chick got famous off of that tape. I want to claim it came out accidentally, like someone leaked it. Really? How did you profit off of something that society usually demoralizes? But now you got your own show. She's a millionaire now and all this stuff. Like, really? Someone leaked it? You really still believe someone leaked it?
You know,
they do stuff like that. They stage these things for their benefit.
The other day I hear on the radio that that she was telling people, you know, hard work is the way to success. And everybody was like, but how can we take you serious when we know how you became famous? Yeah, like how can we take you serious when we know how you became famous? And she trying to say like based off what she doing now, but the way how your career was created didn't have. I mean, you put in technically because I watched the tape. You didn't put in no work because Ray J was doing all the work. You know what I mean? But Ray J was more. He honestly was more into the camera than what was going on on the bed too. So I definitely was watching that though.
It was
Huh?
staged. Yeah,
Yeah,
so you know it was staged.
and he claimed she's the one that had the DVD.
Yeah, and I believe it. Who profited? He was already famous. He was Brandy's
Yeah,
little
he was
brother.
already he was already
He was
good.
already famous. He had nothing to gain. Who profited from it though?
All right, we gotta wrap this up.
Remember,
It ain't
you
long,
said
it ain't
I know.
long, it
We
ain't
must
long.
have 15 minutes. We went a whole
15
hour.
minutes.
I said 15 minutes, but look, the lawyer turned into a lawyer and started
You're the
accusing
lawyer.
Chris Rock. Like, I mean,
You're the lawyer,
no.
whether you realize it or not.
So-
I told you you should go to law
Nah.
school. But Dwayne
No, man,
said it too.
It's a debate. That's what it was. And debates, we all know how debates can go, and that's why they don't have a mediator. We didn't have a mediator. So but this was good though, honestly. It's
kinda did.
conversational.
Mumba
Huh?
muted me several times.
Well, you need
He's
you
the
deserve that
moderator.
because once you start with your points,
Once
then
she
you don't.
start, she
Yeah,
good.
you know,
I'm
you
gonna
ain't want to
tell
give
you.
nobody else a chance to talk.
So I just had a court case, right? When I came back from St. Croix, after my mother passed, and I came back and I was driving. I was getting something to eat, and I was driving next to a state trooper, and I was ahead of the state trooper a little bit, and the state trooper pulled behind of me and pulled me over, and it was a white lady, and she come out to the window. I was driving with my windows down, by the way, because for some reason, I'm not big. I pull over by state trooper a lot, so I was driving my window down, especially at night. She pulled me over, and the first thing she said to me is, What's the matter with you? Didn't you see me? Why you cut me off?" That's what she tell me. I said, "Miss, what are you talking about?" She was like, "You didn't see me, you cut me off. And plus you was speeding, like you was egging me on." And I said, "Miss, what are you talking about?" And she was like, "License and registration, blah, 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 blah." Right? So I did in the car, and I'm like, this is crazy. And I'm like, man, I keep getting pulled over by these state troopers. So she gave me the ticket or whatever for improper lane, whatever the wording is, man. Just
Change proper lane changing.
Lane changes. Yeah.
Yeah. So
But did you change in front of her?
nah. So
Okay, go ahead.
So we get a ticket, right? So I said, man, usually when I got a ticket, I just pay. I said, man, I cannot pay this ticket. No way. This don't make any sense. Why would I cut a state trooper off nighttime?
Mhm.
Why would I do that? I'm putting myself in danger. Why would I do that? That don't even make any sense. So anyway, so we did the first co-hearing was, on the Zoom, and stuff like that with the court and stuff like that. So we going through it and stuff, and I did my stuff during work, and so the officer start explaining herself, and the judge is there, and the judge is saying, so the judge start asking her, did you have a marking in your car? She was like, yeah. And she was like, well, are you saying that he cut you off, or are you saying that he just pulled in front of you or whatever? And she was saying that because she said that I cut her off when she was talking to the judge. And the judge was like, I'm having a hard time understanding this. This don't really make sense to me. That's what the judge said. She said, we're going to have to come into court. So I didn't get a chance to speak. So now I have to go into court for this case, physically in court. So I had court date. The 30th was the court date. So went into court. She speak. She said what she had to say. I know it's my turn to speak, and I just admit. I said, listen. I said I was driving. I'm in the far right lane. We merge and stuff like that because this is like an April rule, so it's totally busy. Totally busy. Friday night, driving. I'm driving. I'm in front of the cop like this. I see the state trooper. So I kept driving. I'm not gonna slow down because it's a state trooper. I'm doing the speed limit, whatever. I'm good. The state trooper pulls directly behind me. I see the car pull directly behind me. Turn the lights on. And when she turned the lights on, we drive. So I pull over. That's when the whole confrontation I explained earlier. After she gave me the ticket and stuff like that, she said, "Come, let me show you where you cut me off." Right? So we walk out the vehicle. We walk like about 10, 15, 20 feet max. And she said, this is where you cut me off. Right? The speed limit is, I think, 55, 45, where that road is. If I'm not mistaken, maybe 40. If she said cut her off, right? And we driving on a busy road because there was a lot of traffic. And she cut me off. Where did I pull over that we have the amount of time to walk back 10, 15 feet for you to show me where I cut you off? That was my question. That's why I said to the judge. I said, that don't make sense. She said, if I was speeding and I cut you off, by the time you pull me over, we can't walk 15 to 20 feet back to where I cut you off. That's impossible on a Friday night driving on a busy airport road. That's what I said. I said, that don't make any sense. And I said, Judge, I said, Your Honor, why would I cut a state trooper off on a busy Friday night to endanger myself, the state trooper? You see all the violence with cops. Why would I endanger myself? All I'm doing is going to get food for my kids. Why would I do that? I said, Judge, that doesn't even make any sense. And
good argument.
They had some guys in there and they would laugh. They weren't laughing, but they had a smirk on their face like,
yeah, good job.
And whatever. So the judge said, I heard everything. And the judge said, do you have any more questions? I said, yes, I got one question. And I said, I just want to know why she approached me like that and asked me what's the matter with me. And the cop said, the state trooper said, I approach everybody the same, license and registration. And I just laugh and smirk in the courthouse. And I shake my head. Just said, I'm going to dismiss this case. Boom, boom, boom. Good. Just wait for the lady have to give you the paper. And that was it.
She a bored man.
My point to that story is the same thing with the Chris Rock story. Stereotyping. Assumptions. That's what it was. She see me driving that car, how my car look, and she pulled me over.
She was stereotyping, but I don't know that Chris Rock is stereotyping.
No, we're talking about the people that are talking about Chris Rock is stereotyping.
Yeah, assuming. She assumed.
Oh, assuming.
She assumed. She pulled me over for no reason. Yeah, and that's my point. I have to fight. I got to deal with stuff like that on a daily basis. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's not my first time getting pulled over from a state trooper. I keep getting over. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I'm really uncomfortable driving my car because I don't know. You don't know if she has malice against me for what I did and stuff like that. You don't know if she's embarrassed. You don't know if she have a big ego or pride for the fact that she approached me like that and pulled me over for no reason. How do she really feel that this person, how I look, came into court and made
her look stupid? Just tell the truth. Yes, you made her look dumb. So you better get a new car.
And the funny thing about it is that the judge said before the case, because it wasn't just me, it had other people that had to fight their case and stuff like that. Before she got into everything, she told all of us, I'm just letting you guys know it's very hard to win the case and, to convince me otherwise and stuff like that. And then she asked me if I plead no contest. I said, no, let's go ahead with the trial. That's what I said. Because she was like, hey, you got to pay this fine, and you got to pay this, and you got to pay that if you're found guilty, and all kind of stuff. Like, so it's like they try to make you, make you afraid to fight for what is right. But that's my thing, man. It's just that's the problem with society. It's the same thing with the Chris Rock stuff. It's like we are twisting words and adding stuff on when it's not true. All he said was he made a joke. Same thing with that lady. She did what she did and she lied.
I ain't buying that connection though.
But
she was stereotyping. I'm still not convinced that Chris Rock just made a joke. That's where I'm at with that. I can wait till the evidence comes out, but that's my suspicion.
Wait for red table talk.
Yeah, that's my suspicion.
Thank you.
Is that he knew, and I'm sticking with that. That circle is too.
Oh my God.
That circle they're in.
Kerriann.
I'm not buying. He didn't know.
We agree with you.
Buying it's not staged.
Kerry,
No, I'm
we
just
agree
saying
with you.
No, I'm just saying what I don't buy. I'm not
We
saying
agree
you're
with you.
wrong.
We agree with
I
you.
just
We
don't
agree
buy
with
it.
you. So, I mean, before we wrap it up, man. I mean, this was a good conversation about the whole Will Smith stuff. Honestly, it was good.
Yeah.
Any shout outs you want to give? Shout outs before we wrap this up.
I
Wrap it
suppose.
up.
Shout out to my mom and dad. They're watching right now. My husband, my daughter, my brothers. I know they're watching too. And family members in Antigua. Shout out to y'all. We did lose our aunt on Friday. I don't know if you guys knew that. And then one of my ex, he passed away the following day on Saturday. So shout out to our families. Shout out to, the Lakes and the Shepherds, and shout out to the family of Akim Pemberton. Yeah, my heart is
Definitely
with you all.
Condolences. Yeah.
To all the families, everybody. Definitely condolences.
Yeah, and shout out to y'all, man. Thank y'all for having me again. It was fun. Always fun. I look forward to the next
You're
one.
welcome.
It was good. It was good.
You're welcome.
Learn a lot about you and good to see a member of Tegan. Ain't all about Tegan, and you're definitely right. Ain't all about Tegan. So
stop
it's
calling
good.
me Tegan sister then. How about that?
I don't call you Tegan, sister.
Yes, you do.
No,
Yes, you do.
I never met you in that time when you came on the scene. I didn't meet you until Tegan
Wedding.
No, if I describing you to somebody, yeah, I'm gonna say Tegan sister. I mean, gonna lie. Tegan says everybody know Tegan. Tegan sister. You know what I mean? I would do that for the both of you.
I used to get that a lot.
We're branded for life. Honestly, we're branded for life. Like somebody might see me and be like, I know her, but my name always escape them. But if you say Tegan sister, that's she.
Yeah.
Yep. The bigger one, yeah, that's she.
Yeah, man.
The one that look like he, that's she. Yeah. My name will escape them all the time. But you mentioned Tegan sister. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. For life. We're stuck like that. For life. This is how it is.
Yeah, that's it. You can't run from it. That's it.
I look like him. I can't run from it.
Before we let Rika take us out, just definitely shout out to all the viewers that stopped by, tune in, pop in and out, ask questions, made their comments and stuff like that. Appreciate with Ayo, supporting us and stuff like that, supporting Kerriann and her episode and everything, man. So the viewers, I appreciate you guys as always taking time out of your busy day to tune into all the different guests that we have, that we honor, celebrate, conversate with. Appreciate you guys always supporting them. And also, supporting the podcast and everything, man. So I definitely appreciate all the viewers. Appreciate you guys, taking your time out and stuff. Next week we got Mountain. Mountain will join us live. Gotta get in contact with Mountain again just to make sure he doesn't have any basketball tournaments and stuff like that. If anything come out, we just go catch back up with Mountain, see how he's doing. Have him talk about his his program that he has here. He has going on with Trouble Basketball. And then we have a guest host C Boogie. He gonna be joining, with the crew, myself, Pang, and Tegan, to join Mountain. So definitely tune in to C Boogie. So Wednesday 8 p.m. he has the roundtable discussion. Myself, I think he has a Kerriann, Mountain himself, and another individual. I forget the name, so I apologize. So and then we definitely gonna have Kerriann back on. We're gonna set that up so we could talk about the important stuff we got going on with CBA, in the future, and all the great things that they're planning on doing. So hopefully we could get the whole staff on at the same time so they could kind of talk about this so the viewers could see who's involved and what their plans and goals are. I think that deserve a separate episode where it's just strictly about that and stuff, and maybe the viewers could have some input and maybe somehow help and stuff, and we'll get to that point, so hopefully we could make that happen soon, but and then we had our guest host, Rika Sheppard, so
Hey,
the gangster. Well, we got two gangsters now, but the guy, the more modern day gangster.
gangster than mine. Way more. All right, man. We about to wrap this up, Mumba.
Yeah, we're waiting on you. So you go ahead and
All right.
take us out. Hey, we're real sorry to interrupt real quick. You got to tap Karen because Karen is like she be just knocking them on the park. So let's see what you got.
Man, Karen been doing this for long. Okay, me and
That's
Karen.
true. That's true.
All right, y'all. Thank everybody for tuning in and listening to my sister's story. Kerriann for y'all, Erica for me, forever. Appreciate everybody tuning in, putting comments, asking questions. Appreciate you. Everybody stay safe. Be good out there. Stay out of trouble. And thank you guys so much for watching the Elite Podcast, man. Come back again. Peace.
Bless up.
That was nice. That was good.